Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both in the room here at the regional headquarters of the University of the West Indies and those who've joined online. I am Faye Ellington. Let me introduce our host at this time, Dr. Gary Conneal, UN President Coordinator. I'd like to acknowledge representatives of government who might be with us, heads of mission, diplomatic missions, heads of international agencies, and other members of the diplomatic corps, including members of the UN country team. Professor Shazida Ali, Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of the West Indies, Mona, representing Professor Dale Weber, Principal and Pro-Vice Chancellor, UWI. Esteemed panelists, specially invited guests, distinguished members of the press, might I also acknowledge at this time interpreter for the deaf, Antoinette Aiken, and I will now say ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Jamaica. Just so you know, social media will be integrated in this event. Today's event is available on YouTube and Facebook via the platforms of the Jamaica Information Service, the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, at UN Jamaica, and the handle is at UN Jamaica. And they're using that handle on all their platforms. And at UN Jamaica is also live streaming on Twitter. So welcome to everybody on social media who's joined us at this time. Please allow me some time to acknowledge the UN agencies in Jamaica. It's important that we say who they are. And that's these agencies, we want to recognize the staff and the leadership and efforts of all the UN agencies operating in Jamaica. So come on, let's just hear a little cheer for them, please, from the audience here. And these agencies work in partnership with the people and government of Jamaica to achieve Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. So here we go. UNDP, UNICEF, UNESCO, FAO, UN Women, IOM, UNEP, Cartagena Convention Secretariat, PAHO and the World Health Organization, UNFPA, WFP, UNAIDS. Those are about the numbers, and we want to acknowledge them and thank them for their continued work in Jamaica. Here's a little bit of background that I think is important for us to put the morning and the day's events into perspective. In recognition of the 77th anniversary of the United Nations and the 60th anniversary of Jamaica's membership to the UN Jamaica Country Team, UNCT, will commemorate these milestones, and they have been since this week, by engaging national stakeholders in a dialogue on the power of partnerships and the need to accelerate progress and sprint for the goals. UN Day is commemorated annually on the 24th of October, recognizing the entry into force of the UN Charter in 1945. This past Monday, the UN and the government of Jamaica collaborated to host a flag-raising ceremony in the courtyard of the Jamaica Conference Center, and also hosted a launch for today's event, which included a presentation on the Jamaica Recent Voluntary National Review, the VNR. This VNR also forms the basis for today's varied presentations and panel discussions. This year, the UN aims to reaffirm and recognize that our challenges are interconnected and can only be addressed through reinvigorated multilateralism and partnership, principles with which Jamaica continues to lead and exemplify on the global stage. UN Jamaica Partnership Week 2022 is a local initiative of the United Nations in Jamaica, which constitutes the full UN country team. Today's event is the second annual staging of the forum. Having said all of that, I will now move to our first speaker of the day. Dr. Shazida Ali is an attorney at law and Dean of the Faculty of Law, Mona Law, at the University of the West Indies, UWI Mona. She is a former course director in ethics, rights, and obligations of the legal profession at the Norman Manley Law School. Dr. Ali served as a technical advisor in the Attorney General's Chambers of Jamaica. She has presented and published a number of papers on financial services regulation, financial crime, and legal ethics. She is the author of the books Money Laundering Control in the Caribbean and Proceeds of Crime Act, Taking the Profit Out of Crime. She's also a contributor and the editor of the books, The Ethical Lawyer, A Caribbean Perspective and Risky Business, Perspectives on Corporate Misconduct. Dr. Ali has a Bachelor of Laws from the University of the West Indies, a Master's of Laws from Cambridge University, and a PhD from the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies at the University of London. She was called to the bar in Jamaica and Guyana. Dr. Ali was appointed Acting Dean, Faculty of Law for the period August 1, 2018 to July 31, 2019, and then appointed as Dean effective August 1, Emancipation Day on 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, could you help me welcome Dr. Ali?
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellington. Dr. Cornell, Professor Sachs, Mrs. Perkins, Dr. McNaughton, members of the government, members of the UN agencies and the diplomatic corps here present, panel moderators, panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed my pleasure, on behalf of Pro Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the West Indies Mona Campus, Professor Dale Weber, to welcome you this morning to this very important forum. I welcome you to the campus of the University of the West Indies. The UWI remains the top Caribbean university and is renowned for world-class innovation in higher education and research. The UWI has always been committed to the development of the Caribbean and has aligned both our strategic plan and resources to this end. And with Jamaica celebrating our 60th anniversary membership with the United Nations, we wish to recognize this milestone and highlight that the UWI Mona campus has both a long and a solid history with all the various agencies of the United Nations. Indeed, UWI has operated as the implementing agency in Jamaica on many major development projects embarked by various UN agencies. And in particular, I would highlight the UNDP, UNEP, UNESCO, and UNICEF. For the UE, our strategic plan articulates our commitment to being an activist university. And in that regard, we pursue partnerships that can further promote both the growth and the development of the entire Caribbean region. Our partnership over the years with the UN has allowed us to fulfill this mandate. Jamaica's policies in varying areas have also been influenced by this partnership. For example, the Cartagena Convention, which is a regional agreement for the protection of the Caribbean Sea. Jamaica has ratified this convention and many other environmental conventions. And these have been facilitated by partnerships between the UN and UE in particular. And these include other projects, such as the UNESCO project with the Faculty of Social Sciences, and UNICEF has also had a long-standing relationship with the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, SALISES. Indeed, the UE and Jamaica have benefited significantly from these partnerships as we continually strive for a whole of society approach in the advancement of the UN's 17 SDGs, as well as Jamaica's own Vision 2030 goals. So one could say that the UE and the UN are intertwined, as our institution has used these sustainable development goals as a template or a blueprint for our own strategic plan. We have adopted some of the SDGs as part of our guiding light, so to speak. SDG 3, good health and well-being, has been adopted by the Faculty of Medical Sciences. SDG number 5, gender equality, or Institute for Gender Development Studies. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. We have the UE Mona Net Zero building, which is the first of its kind in the Caribbean, which features energy-efficient architecture with renewable energy. SDG 13, climate action. The Faculty of Social Science and Technology is a leading faculty in this regard. SDG 14, Life Below Water. The UWI Mona has 2 marine labs, which have done many projects with the UNEP. And of course, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals, as we continue to partner with many of these agencies. And if I may add, SDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, my own faculty, the Faculty of Law. We are committed to working on various projects that seek to attain these goals. At the same time, we recognize many of the challenges to attaining the SDGs. And to this end, we remain committed to working towards overcoming these challenges. As the UWI sprints to achieve these goals by 2030, we are committed to work on various aspects of the goals. And as we embrace the new strategic plan for 2022 to 27, we will increase our focus on matching the UN SDG goals for the 2030 timeline. And at the end of 2027, we will in fact use the SDGs as a benchmark to measure the success of the UWI strategic plan. And so overall, I wish to assure you that the UWI remains steadfast in our support of improving lives and the protection of the environment, whilst implementing strategies as we continue to address the 17 SDGs and the related thematic issues, especially as it relates to the small island developing states. So the UWI looks forward to greater partnership and the continuation of our working together with the UN and its various agencies to make Jamaica's Vision 2030 agenda a reality. I suppose the mantra could be multilateralism and partnership. And with that, I do thank you and wish for you an enriching and engaging forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shazida Ali. You've laid out exactly what the University of the West Indies is doing and will continue to do in the form of partnerships to ensure that the Caribbean and Jamaica remain on track with all of what we need to be focused on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the UN Resident Coordinator, Dr. Gary Conneal. Dr. Conneal brings over 20 years of experience to this current position, most of them in the United Nations and international NGOs. Prior to the appointment as resident coordinator in Jamaica, Dr. Conneal served as resident coordinator in Burundi, 2017 to 2020, and before that as Under Secretary General for Programs and Operations with the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, 2015 to 2017. Dr. Conneal was also the United Nations Office for Project Services Regional Director for the Africa region, 2014 to 2015, and head of the UN Development Programme's Millennium Development Goals, MDG, Support Unit, 2008 to 2010. He began his career with the UN in Haiti, with the UN Population Fund, UNFPA, in 1999. Now, in the wake of Haiti's 2010 earthquake, Dr. Conneal served as Chief of Staff to the Office of the United Nations Special Envoy for Haiti, former United States President William J. Clinton, where he helped coordinate Haiti's reconstruction efforts. And in 2011, Mr. Conneal was nominated Prime Minister of Haiti, a position he served until 2012, when he took up the role of Senior Advisor to Liberian President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in her role as co-chair of the UN High-Level Panel on the Post-2015 Development Agenda. Dr. Conneal holds a medical degree from the Faculty of Medicine and Pharmacy of the State University of Haiti and a Master of Public Health from the University of North Carolina, at Chapel Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, could you help me welcome Dr. Gary Conneal.
Thank you so very much, Faye Ellington. We were really quite privileged to have you today. I've grown to know you through your work, and it's an honor and a privilege for you to have accepted to join us in what we think is a very, very important meeting. Distinguished guests, heads of diplomatic missions, heads of international agencies, Professor Shaziba Ali, Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of West Indies, Madame Donna Parchment Brown, Political Ombudsman, members of the press, Jamaicans, and friends in the diaspora online, guests, venues in the world, to think collectively about the SDGs and to find ways where we can accelerate progress towards the SDGs for Jamaica. Among, of course, our many partners, I wish to especially recognize the Planning Institute of Jamaica, whose support and leadership contributed to our completion of the current Multi-Country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. We're also proud to have supported the government of Jamaica in developing and presenting the VNR, the Voluntary National Review, to other member states this year, and it was a big success. Jamaica's VNR was well recognized as one of the very, very powerful ones presented at the ECOSOC meetings this year. I am so pleased to be having this event, as I said, in the regional home of the University of the West Indies. Over the past year, we have developed a strong partnership with UWI and the Department of Economics, and together have established the Jamaica Economic Panel. I make a pitch for it. If you haven't looked at it yet, please do. It's a wonderful thing we're doing together. Its results continue to receive local and international attention from experts in the field. Professor Ali, please convey our highest regards to Principal Weber and the head of the department, Mrs. McLeod Rose, for their invaluable commitment to the JEP. Now, this is the second annual partnership forum in Jamaica, and through this vehicle, we aim to support the development of multi-stakeholder partnerships in keeping with SDG 17 to generate creative solutions like the JEP to address national development issues, including through expanded civic space. So I really hope that the initiative of the day will lead to meaningful opportunities, including the building of sustainable partnerships and expanding opportunities to facilitate a wider scope for mobilizing ideas and resources to meet the joint priorities of Agenda 2030. We hope we will continue to facilitate this annual experience, bringing together all of our partners and stakeholders to, of course, strengthen our focus. In this regard, I encourage all of you to take full advantage of the day's activities for your organizations and for the greater goal of localized global agenda, meet new people, build new bridges, establish new partnerships. An old African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. To sprint for the goals in this decade of actions requires all hands on deck. And with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker. To support us in the experience of facilitating partnerships and building bridges, we are privileged to have with us one of the architects of the SDGs. He is a world-renowned economist who has made its purpose to support small island development states through the development of bold and innovative strategies to address complex challenges, including things like debt crisis, hyperinflation, the transition from central planning to market economies, the control of AIDS, malaria, and other disease, the escape from extreme poverty, and the battle against human-induced climate change. I'm, of course, speaking of Professor Sachs, but more than that, it's really a pleasure to introduce my former boss, a mentor, and a great friend, someone who's really taught me to think ambitiously, to understand that we must achieve the goals. One of the most courageous speakers for development I know. It really is a great pleasure to introduce Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Professor Sachs, over to you.
Gary, thank you very, very much. Let me reciprocate by saying how much I learned from you and how much I treasure our friendship and how much I congratulate you on your leadership. And to all the friends present at the meeting, warm greetings. And to UWI, yes, you are a wonderful university and provide great service to the Caribbean and to the world. And UWI's role in the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network is a global leadership role, and I'm absolutely grateful for that. I will be brief and to the point. There are lots of friends in Jamaica present at this gathering. I think the core concept that Jamaica needs is fiscal space. The Sustainable Development Goals are an investment agenda. Investment in education, investment in health, investment in clean energy, investment in sustainable land use, investment in urban infrastructure, investment in climate adaptation, so vital for the Caribbean, investment in digital access and digital services. This is the essence of the SDGs, is to increase significantly, I would say in the case of Jamaica, for example, roughly by around 10% of GDP compared to the present, the flow of investment going to these critical areas. That's what it means to reach goals by 2030, rather than the agonizingly long period of living with extreme deprivations, and high inequalities, and inadequate infrastructure. The problem is very basic for half the world, at least, and that is that there's no fiscal space to carry out this investment agenda. So the goals are put out there, governments endorse them, but they're not achievable at the current flows of investment. So why not invest more? Well, because Jamaica has a debt overhang that, by the way, goes back 40 years. For as long as I've been in economics, Jamaica has been facing debt problems. That's not the fault of Jamaica, is the point I'm making. That is the fault of an international system that never solves problems, that just pushes problems down the road. And that doesn't solve the problems. It doesn't even delay the solutions. It sometimes just completely frustrates the solutions. Jamaica can't borrow to fund its way to sustainable development. And because of this overhang, every time it revisits an IMF program, it's basically constrained on investments rather than provided with a framework for actually achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is a kind of special cruelty, I would say, for the Caribbean region, which is battling the effects of climate change that the Caribbean, of course, not only had no role whatsoever in causing, but in which the Caribbean faces a disproportionate burden as a result of the higher temperatures, the changing rainfall patterns, and of course, the rising sea levels and extreme storms, the hurricanes. And who does anything about this? Nobody. It's losses and damages, which is what this kind of injury falls under, doesn't have any solution under the climate agreement right now. The rich countries, starting with my own, the United States, absolutely don't want to hear anything about historical responsibility whatsoever, even though the US is responsible for about 25% of the greenhouse gas concentration increase. Don't talk to us about historical responsibility. It's not our responsibility. And that is absolutely wrong-headed, but is the current reality. So the problem is really rather straightforward, actually. Jamaica needs to increase its outlays on education. I would say especially right now on higher education, on science, technology, and innovation. It needs to increase its outlays on parts of the healthcare system. It definitely needs to make investments in climate adaptation. It needs to find a workable and sustainable zero carbon energy system, as does every country in the world. It needs to close what is right now a big digital divide within the country. So one can lay out, and I would say it is the work of the government, and it's a reflection of the VNR, and it's what the UN partners with Dr. Kani's brilliant leadership can really help to do. It's what the academic work and the wonderful students at UWI can help to design these investment transformation pathways with the price tags, the costing, the budget outlays, and so forth. But then the real issue is finding the finance. And I would say that there are three solutions to this problem that I would just like to put on the table in closing. The first is swap out Jamaica's heavy debt and turn it into funding for the SDGs. So a debt for SDG swap, after 40 years, it's enough. It's enough time talking about this debt crisis. It's time to convert the interest payments abroad, which are several percent of GDP, into several percent of spending on the SDGs. So to the partners, stop collecting the debt, turn it into SDG financing. That's number one. The second is that the rich countries need to fund a losses and damages fund to recognize the historical responsibility for the climate disaster that we're already in. And I believe that there should be basic levies based on the cumulative CO2 that countries have emitted up until now. That fund should then be available to Jamaica and other countries in the Caribbean, and of course, other developing countries around the world, to fund two kinds of outlays: climate adaptation, which is woefully, tragically, disastrously underfunded, and responses to disasters, which are coming fast and furious in the Caribbean region. So that's the second funding. That's not even aid. Let's put aside the word. You could call it reparations, you could call it compensation, you could call it just losses and damages funding, but it is basic climate justice. And we need a little bit of climate justice in this world. The third way to increase the fiscal space is long-term, low-interest lending from the multilateral development institutions. And the Americas have two regional institutions that can do a lot more and should do a lot more. They do a good job on investments, but the flows are too small. And of course, I'm referring to the Inter-American Development Bank and the Latin American Development Fund, or the CAF. And both the CAF and the IADB should increase their loan flows by perhaps a factor of 5. And that would mean more paid in capital by the member states in order to leverage that capital perhaps 5-to-1, so that there could be long-term loans for Jamaica and other countries in the region in order to be able to carry out the SDG and the energy transformation agenda. Why do I say loans? Because if there really were the fiscal space, what has been chronically low or even zero growth per capita in Jamaica and other countries over long, painful stretches would become rapid growth that would provide the basis for servicing those loans in the long term. But it only makes sense if the loans are on a tenor of 30 or 40 years and at interest rates that are AAA interest rates. Then it's possible for Jamaica and others to take on new debt after that debt for SDG swap wipes out the old bad debt, take on new debt that really incrementally funds not debt service payments, but funds actual investments in the SDGs, resulting in the growth that then provides the space for repayments. Secretary General Guterres at the UN General Assembly this year called for an SDG stimulus based on these concepts, these very concepts. He's called on the G20 countries to get with it and to understand how debt for SDG swaps, increased MDB financing, climate justice all have a significant role to play. In developing this SDG stimulus concept, we had a meeting next door in Barbados in July that Prime Minister Mia Mottley hosted, and it was an extraordinarily fruitful meeting. And we discussed a losses and damages funding mechanism. We discussed the SDG stimulus. This is a package that would transform the prospects of the Caribbean region. So please count on me. That's what I'm fighting for every day. I think if we work together, raise our shared voices at COP27, which is just around the corner now in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I will do the same the following week at the G20. I think we can be heard now. There's a lot of din and a lot of confusion in the world right now, that's for sure. But the message that we need to finance the investment increase to achieve sustainable development is going to be heard. So thank you very much. Please count on me for all the partnership to turn the SDGs really into an investment program that does the job. Thanks a lot.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs, we will count on you. You said it twice in about 30 seconds, and we know we need that kind of support. Whenever I listen to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, you know that it's going to result in robust debate. You either agree with him or you don't agree with him, but he's going to bring you to a place where you have to think, and you might have to think outside of what he's saying or support him, but you're going to have to think. The swap out Jamaica's debt, turn it into funding for SDGs. That's an interesting perspective. Rich money need to fund losses and the dangers, reparation, climate justice, and of course, a long-term low-interest lending. I'm certain you'll all go into this in far more detail. Might I just also acknowledge our second interpreter for the deaf, we call him DQ Wedderburn. And in case I do not do it later on in the day, there's going to be a third interpreter, that's Abram Aiken. Of course, you saw Antoinette Aiken first. It is so important that we ensure that all persons get this information. And so our interpreters for the deaf play such an important role. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introduction of the SDGs dashboard presentation. The SDG National Reporting Platform is designed to store, manage, and disseminate SDG data and metadata. As such, it will facilitate greater information sharing for reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals between local, international, and regional communities. The availability and access to high-quality, timely, disaggregated, and reliable data is fundamental, I know you'll agree with that, to the successful implementation and monitoring of the 2030 Agenda. Promoting data sharing and collaboration among stakeholders who are involved in SDG data production and analyses is a crucial component in the localization process. The platform will allow citizens, policymakers, and other stakeholders to easily find, view, and download data for analysis and decision-making. Now, this presentation is going to be led by two persons who know how to do this and will guide us in how to do this. Hope Perkins, Senior Statistician, Office of the Director General, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, and Dr. Maurice McNaughton, Director, Center of Excellence and Innovation, Senior Lecturer, Mona School of Business and Management, University of the West Indies. Might I just ask us now to get ready for that presentation? Could you welcome them?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, it is. Right. We will be presenting on Jamaica's SDG reporting platform. And before we do, we would just like to give you a little background of how the platform was developed and our role in the platform. Now, one aspect of Jamaica's coordinating mechanism for the SDG Should I go ahead? Okay. So, as I was saying, one aspect of Jamaica's coordination for the SDG is the core group. Now, this core group is made up of 3 entities. The Planning Institute of Jamaica, which has responsibility for policy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, that has responsibility for the implementation of Jamaica's foreign policy, foreign management, and Jamaica's international relations and the promotion of interests overseas. We also have the National Statistics Office, which is STATIN, Statistical Institute of Jamaica, that has responsibility for the monitoring and reporting of the SDG indicators. The National Strategy for SDG Reporting, as we would like to, refers to the act of publishing and disseminating data and statistics on the SDG indicators for key stakeholders. Currently in Jamaica, it involves STATIN as the coordinator and the entity that compiles the SDG indicators. It also involves the ministry, department, and agencies, which also assist us in compiling indicators for the SDGs and providing the data. And we have the reporting of the SDGs. And this afternoon, we will, for the first time, be presenting the platform in which we are hoping to report on the SDGs. Developing SDG indicators for Jamaica involve certain process. The first one is that we assess the indicators that are provided through the SDG platform. We assess, we meet with different stakeholders, including MDAs, private sectors, and we go through the thematic working group of Agenda 2030. Having assessed, what we do is to collect the data, we develop it, we compile, and then we report. What we have been doing, we have reported through the VNR report, which was done the first one. Regrettably, we were not able to be a part of the second one due to census taking. And as you're aware, we are in the process of doing our population and housing census. However, we also have another report that we have produced. To date, or since the last assessment was done, for the SDG indicators, we have available 36.9% available, and we also provide data on 11.9% using proxy. The data collection for reporting on the SDGs, these are some of the things that we do to collect data. We use data that are produced internally at STATIN. We make data requests to MDGs, private sector. We also visit websites such as the Jamaica Public Service to get some data from them. We also use JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust data. And we also use reports published by different organizations, such as their annual reports. These are some of the data sources. The data sources from Statin, as you can see, the population and housing census, and this is very critical to providing data for the SDGs, because this is the time we get data at the very lowest level, the ED level. And we want data on persons like the disabilities, and this is the only time that we're able to collect the data. Our surveys are not able to give us the data at that level. We also use administrative data provided by Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Labor, and Social, the Labor Ministry, the Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, different environmental groups. In addition, we have data that we get from surveys that are sponsored by our international partners, such as the Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, the Reproductive Health Survey, Victimization Survey, and the Jamaica Youth Activity Survey. To date, as I mentioned before, we have done 2 reports. We have done a statistical annex that accompanied the 2018 VNR, and we have recently completed another report on the statistical aspect of the SDGs. Since 2019, Statin, through a Memorandum of Understanding, has partnered with Mona School of Business and Management to, among other initiatives, improve data dissemination for the SDGs via a national reporting platform. This platform was developed using an open data source, which is a free-to-use platform, and it has been used by several other countries, including the UK, Germany, Canada, and Rwanda. The project, which we are thankful because we were struggling to get it done, was funded by the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office. And for this, we say thank you. The SDG reporting platform, as Faye has said before, is designed to store, manage, and disseminate SDG data and metadata. The platform facilitates greater information sharing, and the platform will allow citizens, policymakers, and other stakeholders to easily find, view, and download data for analysis and decision making. I'll now hand over to Dr. McNaughton, who has aided us in preparing this dashboard to come and present the dashboard for us.
Thank you very much, Hope. Madam Chair, it's so good to see you again, Faye. And I hope that you'll permit me to observe prior protocol and just extend warm greetings to everyone here on behalf of the Mona School of Business and Management. Within the context of the partnership theme that pervades this symposium and this forum, it has been for us a really distinct pleasure to be collaborating with Statin on, as Hope mentioned, a variety of initiatives, and all of them geared towards ensuring that Jamaica can participate well in the data revolution, that we can become one of those countries that ensures that everyone counts, or as we like to say, you count, me count, all of we count. Right? So it's incredibly important. And this initiative, the SDG National Reporting Platform, is one of that portfolio of things that we're collaborating on. From the vantage point of business, because we are a business school, the ability to come up with a set of strategic goals and objectives to identify metrics that chart how you're accomplishing those objectives, and then to continually measure your performance against that. It's just good management and business practice. The SDGs represent that framework for Jamaica, the enterprise, if we think of Jamaica that way. And we're hoping, we're optimistic that this national reporting platform will put us in a good position to be able to monitor, to track, and very importantly, to create visibility for how we're performing against the SDGs, so that, as is essential if we're going to make it to Vision 2030 and achieve the collective goals, get as many people as possible engaged. So what I'm going to do here, I mean, in regard to this collaboration, I'm just a tech guy. So what I'm going to do here is just provide a very brief demonstration of how this works. And if my support colleagues will, am I on the website now? You sure? Okay. All right, so this is the homepage for the website, and it provides a kind of overview. Yeah, so this is the homepage for the website. And so from here, can everyone see it? I did say I'm the tech guy, right? I need some technical support. Can you get that displayed for me? Do I need to do anything here? Incidentally, while I wait for this to come up, I see one of our young developers here in the audience, Omar. He's a person who is actively working on this along with Statin. So really good guy. And as Hope said, the platform is open source, which means a couple of things. It is free for use. It is free to customize and adapt to look the way Statin wants it to look and the way Jamaica wants it to look. And very importantly, the data on it is open data. So as you'll see very shortly, if you don't like the way information is being presented or the way charts are being done, you can download the entire reported data set and go do your own analysis. In fact, no, absolutely, that's very powerful. And as Hope mentioned, there's about a 43% reporting rate at this point in terms of the SDGs. So there's an enormous amount of data there for all of the indicators and the related targets going back, Hope, maybe 10 years in many cases. And one of the things I was just discussing with Hope and with Statin, and I'm rambling here until they fix this thing. But one of the things that we've been discussing is, creating a competition for schools who can create the best visualization for any particular indicator that you have an interest in. It could be in education, it could be in decent work, it could be in climate change. Because SDGs only work if we can engage all of society. And I think it's incredibly important that we can create that kind of visibility and engagement of civil society, and in particular our young ones. So that's definitely a project, an initiative that you can look out for. And I'm running out of words to ramble. So, the only thing I would say while this comes is that, here we go. Okay, so it's actually quite a simple site. It's not rocket science, actually. Let me just go back to the home page, if it will allow me to. Are you sure this is working? We don't seem to be on the internet, are we? Right, you sense that I'm running out of words?
Not quite. I could share some information. We call it filling in media. Not so much
Please, you're so much better at this than I am.
Just do a little filling for you in the meantime. So let me just share with you, there are a few rooms that may have been changed. You would have registered for various panels. Education is now at Ramson, right of the elevator. So when you locate the elevator, it's right of the elevator. Life on land, Ali Mohammed, left of the elevator. the gender-based violence and citizen security, and that will be the Nigel Harris room, the main plenary, okay? We will also play videos when you are moving, and this is also important for the online people to know, so don't think we're done. We'll play some videos while you're moving into the different plenaries or panel discussions. The Life Below Water, Ramson, right of the elevator, and Food Systems, Ali Mohammed, left of the elevator. And you're wondering, will we ever get a break? Yes, after those, you'll get a break to have coffee or water or whatever. All right, are we good to go now, Maurice? Or does that look like no internet?
Still waiting.
All right, so that means that you're going to have to speak about all of this thing, create the visual pictures for us to follow.
Yeah. Well, I would just make one more observation, Faye, and when I'm finished this, if we haven't sorted this out. So, you know, again, just within the context of this whole sort of partnership symposium, at the Mono School of Business and Management, there are a number of initiatives that are part of this overall collaboration with Statin. One of those has to do with the national census, and we've just spent the last several months working with Statin, because you understand the current context, working with Statin to train over 7,000 census takers and over 1,000 census supervisors. And of course, we would have had to do this in a period where we are cautiously emerging from COVID, so a lot of that is either face-to-face and or virtual. It was just amazing to me, the scope of the census and what it takes. Imagine mobilizing a training effort island-wide for over 8,000 persons, and then deploying those persons in the field with tablet devices to undertake the current census. So it's a massive effort, and very often I think we underestimate what it takes to do a census. So we must commend Statin for that important national effort. Okay, so this is what the homepage looks like, and very quickly, I mean, you can get an overview of the SDGs and the SDG agenda if you're interested in doing that. There's a very quick reporting status which indicates where we are in terms of each of the goals. So this indicates how much indicators within each goal has been reported to date. So that's a very quick view. As Hope mentioned, there are also a number of collateral qualitative reports associated with the SDGs, such as the VNR. So you can jump directly to those as well. But let me show you just very quickly how the portal works. So if you take each SDG, let's take SDG 1, no poverty. I can click on that and I can see all of the related targets and then the associated indicators. So for instance, if I wanted to see under target 1.3, the proportion of the population covered by social protection systems such as PATH, if I go to that, it brings up all of the data that has been reported. Now, probably the most important thing when you go to each of these indicators is the menu on the left here, which gives you a sense of the variables and the scope, all right? So here I could, for instance, decide that I want to see the population covered by PATH. I hope everyone can see the screen. Is it too small? I'm making it a little bit bigger. Yeah. So I can see all of the schemes here, and let's say I'm interested in PATH. Okay, so that's a variable that I'm interested in looking at. And then scope, I want to look at PATH for, well, in this case, all of Jamaica. And for PATH, we're reporting on percentage. So essentially, in the menu here, I can look at a variable. I can look at its scope. Is it for men? Is it for women? Is it for Kingston, or is it for rural? And so that would be for that particular indicator. So that's roughly how it works. And then I can look at the chart. I can look at tables of all of the data. And if I'm so inclined, I can download the data right from here. So I can just download all of the data relating to PATH. Let's look at another one that's a little bit interesting. Let's talk about financial inclusion. So 8.10.1, the number of commercial bank branches and ATMs per 1,000 employees. So let's take 8, decent work and economic growth. And hope that would be 8.10.1. So again, within each goal, you see the targets and the related indicators. So 8.10, number of commercial bank branches per 1,000 adults. And again, we can see here that that indicator is reported. So I can click on that, and it's going to give me a chart. Now, one of the things that we've done is visualize, especially those indicators that have sort of map-based information. We have created some sort of more enhanced visual charts. So in this particular case, I'm looking at total number of deposit accounts per 100,000 adults and the number of bank branches and ATMs per 1,000 adults. Right? And so that's one of the measures of financial inclusion. And again, this is the kind of thing where you can just go to the table and download. You can, again, on this side, decide what variables and what metrics you're interested in. Here we're looking at ATMs, but I could as well just look at the number of commercial branches. So I think of the platform as just a big electronic repository where Satin has done all of this information relating to the SDGs and our progress. Let me show you one more quick one, which I think is everyone should be interested in. It has to do with land. So which parish in Jamaica you think has the greatest land consumption? Yes. So Hope, tell me, that is the percentage, that's 11.3, right? So let me go to Hope. Let's pull up that indicator, Sustainable Cities and Communities. And this is just to give you a feel that the SDGs are measuring the length and breadth of what it takes for us to develop as a country and to achieve that 2030 goal, right? So in this particular case, it would be 11.3.1. So the ratio of land consumption to population growth rate. Hope, you're the statistician. I'm only the tech guy. But if we look at the map view on this, you will see that St. Thomas, it suggests, has a very, what is that, Hope? St. Thomas has the highest rate of land use. Is that what it means? Huh? Underutilized. Okay. I said I'm only the tech guy. She's a statistician. But listen, a visual like this, if you're interested in looking at land use vis-a-vis population growth, this is a really interesting indicator to look at. And again, so you can look at this. I can look at the rates of land consumption. I can look at the rates of population growth. I can look at indicators, for instance, like road deaths. Which parish you think has the highest rate of road deaths? So maybe a little bit of a gruesome statistic to look at, but you know, it's part of our reality. So one of the things you can do here is just do a search if you want to look at a particular indicator, right? So I am searching for road death rate due to road traffic injuries. So that's indicator 3.6.1. So you can go by the goals, or if there's a particular thing that you're interested in, land, financial inclusion, banks, just do a search and it shows you all the related indicators. So in this particular case, I'm going to look at death rate due to road traffic injuries. And we can see here, well, first of all, the national average at the top, the rate is growing up, right? Going up. And this is up to 2019. I imagine it would have dipped during the COVID years. Hopefully it continues to go down. But you can see that traffic death per thousand, St. Catherine is the highest. You can visually look at the map and see that, right? St. Catherine, then Trelawney, then Westmoreland. Probably. And so you can look at it by year, or you can look at it aggregate by parish. And again, these numbers are interesting, right? I mean, these are things that we talk about in snippets, but you can go to the platform and you can download the variables for all of these things. And if you choose to, and I'm wrapping up now, Chair, if I go back to the home page, if you choose to, If you don't like the visuals that are there, you can go and download the entire data set of 10 years of 117, hope, indicators for the 17 goals and go and play around with that. So I think it's an enormous opportunity to get people, not only make it visible, but to get people involved in the SDG agenda, because sometimes it's a little bit too abstract for some persons, and especially our school kids. I can think of some great projects that they could do with this open data. So that's where we are. It's an ongoing process. And again, our hope is that this all-of-society approach that the SDG agenda cultivates, all of us will make sure that we get to 2030, not only intact, but having accomplished many of our goals. So, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hope is my boss, so she's going to wrap up.
Okay. I would just like to use this opportunity on behalf of the Statistical Institute of Jamaica to say a big thank you to Mona School of Business for assisting us in this project. Without them, I don't think it would be possible because of resource constraint. Would also like to thank the UN Coordinator Office for stepping in at such a late stage and for helping us to fund this project. I'd also like to thank Omar, who was late on board, but who has helped us to reach this far. I would also like now to ask persons in the room to support this initiative by providing data when we request it from you. Currently, we have a problem in collecting data. That is one of the biggest problems that we have. We write to places and they're not willing to provide the data. We will not be publishing anything about any person, anybody, any person, any organization. So please feel free to give us. And last but not least, please make sure that when the census taker comes around, that you provide your census. Thank you. Open your doors.
Well, I got your laptop here.
That's not mine.
Hope I was about to tell you that I'm anxiously awaiting the census taker. And as I listen to the presentation and the way the technology is being utilized, Dr. Cornel, my mother is 94, and she was a census taker. And on about 2, because, you know, at 94, we had, when did we have censuses, Hope? Anyway, the point is that, I remember it's a wide audience and not the Jamaican. You all have devices now that take you into the field. In those days, it was on foot, over hill and dale, pen and paper. You understand? And she would move from Smithville up into the hills, Victoria, sometimes to reach as far as Grantham. And it was a rigorous testing to find out whether or not she'd be able to do this thing. And without the education that you, with degrees and stuff, but she was a bright woman without all of the academic accomplishments. And she did it, you know? So we have come a far way. So we know, I would like to, as Hope has asked you to do, and because growing up with a mother like that, I understood the importance of things like being a part of a census. She made it very clear, you know? And I'd like to encourage everyone who might be listening, who are thinking, no, I don't want to give just give it, it's important. Nobody taking your personal information from you, give it. And now, yes, please, watch out now. You see this now? You see this? I have to accommodate him, you know, I know him a long time.
She's my friend. I neglected to tell you the URL. Someone just asked me. It's SDG NRP. That's SDG National Reporting Platform. So SDG NRP at .statinj.gov.jm. So if you know Statin's website, just put SDG NRP in front of it. But I'm sure the communications that go out will provide all of that information. But for those of you who want to start kicking the tires, you can do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Matt Norton. So I'm just going to remind you we're running a little late, so just to remind you where you should go now. And I hope that the panel discussions will be just rich and that you will give everything you have. So education, Ramson, right of elevator. Life on land, Ali Mohammed, left of elevator. Gender-based violence and citizen security, that's Nigel Harris, main plenary. We will be playing videos, and for those of you online, don't go anywhere. We're just trying to get people into their places, and then we'll be carrying on. I want to thank JIS working so hard this morning to make sure it is carried throughout. Then life below water, Ramson, right of elevator. Food systems, Ali Mohammed, left of elevator. And then after that, you'll have a break. But if you do need something in between, please indicate to someone, because it's a long morning. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Make sure you give everything you've come prepared to give, and stay on the panel or the group or the room for which you had been registered. Right, Morgan? Okay. All the best.
The United Nations is the product of hope. The hope and resolve following the Second World War to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. But the United Nations was made for moments like these. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. By working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequalities, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction to fossil fuels and kickstarting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensure human rights for all. As we mark UN Day, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity.
Hi, I'm Gary Conneal, the UN Resident Coordinator here in Jamaica. The UN country team is proud to have supported the completion of Jamaica's voluntary national review under the committed leadership of the government of Jamaica. I want to first thank the team of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and its Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry, for their strategic engagement as together we track Jamaica's implementation and progress towards Agenda 2030. Building on our strong partnership with the PIOJ, the UN country team with RCO leadership worked closely with government to consult, agree, and define the needs for the VNR. With guidance from the Planning Institute, Jamaica's VNR has been enriched with an assessment on the impact of COVID-19 on social protection, tourism, education, and the labor markets, with digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. It contains dedicated chapters of review on SDGs 2, 13, 14, and SDG 15. It includes a thematic report on strengthening the corporate social responsibility framework for the SDGs in Jamaica, as well as an assessment of Jamaica's alignment with the SDGs and recommendations for strengthening local SDG action. The final VNR document, strongly guided by the vision of the Jamaican government, reflects the most up-to-date body of evidence and socioeconomic progress in areas such as climate change development and impacts, the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, as well as efforts to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of Earth. With UN support, this SDG tracking process was also able to embody the views of Jamaican youth through insightful consultations conducted with young people. The end product is a document that we are all extremely proud of. I am particularly happy that the RCO was able to coordinate in its preparation and that we were able to support and ensure that the voices from many different stakeholders, including young Jamaicans, private sector, government, and NGOs, often left behind, are reflected in this report and will be heard at this year's high-level political forum. With the government of Jamaica, we are planning for nationwide dissemination of this VNR through, among many channels, the national launch of a new web-based SDG platform. And in this way, we hope to further inspire and coalesce public engagement around the SDGs. Global events continue to challenge our resolve. This is the time to release the accelerator on our path towards the SDGs. With real commitment, the right policies and investment, strong partnerships, we can make significant progress towards the SDGs. This will, of course, require sharing best practices and challenges, as well as lessons learned, so that all countries around the world can strengthen policies and institutions and mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships. The VNR offers the opportunity to do so. The UN country team, under my leadership, stands ready to work closely with Jamaica and its partners to build and accelerate its progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all my doctors them.
Thank you, nurse.
Thanks to the teachers. Big up the sanitation worker them.
Thank all of you guys.
Thank you.
Big up all of the frontline worker them.
Them deserve a thanks. Big up the police force.
Thanks to the soldier them.
Big up for the fisherman them and the farmer. See, every time.
Thank you to all the frontline workers responding to COVID-19 and keeping the Jamaican economy alive. From your efforts, Jamaica will recover and build forward better. We salute you, our heroes on the front line. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations, but SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
Challenge that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Tension room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Tension room.
We are the union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool. We're a boom and cut school.
If we get the money, come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face, so we're not sorry.
We cut and go through. If we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street.
We not push no room. Cause I beer bad things in a detention room. Beer bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Tension room.
You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram. So who tell us that we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. I'll get me a little water.
I may want a bag juice.
Hurry up. I can sit next to you?
Sure.
I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, I'm gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, I'm gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, no one who, for frighten.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up with thing, you know.
So that me attack one mighty, you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, we know what kind of business on in there.
Yo, Michael, what I'm to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know what your man I do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. Yeah, tell me say the expensive hair of me by you. You know like them things there? You are going like saying you know where this come from, you know. Yeah, what? I have some important calls to make, see?
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people, come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, it come like she don't know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living. Money have to make the real way. Yeah. What am I say?
Money have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I guess if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I actually this bullying thing is a survival thing, you understand?
Yeah.
You see, gangster living is a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live.
That's not funny.
No, me can't live so.
Being a change,
take responsibility now.
making a choice. Be bold and use your voice. We're tired of the bullying, this coming and all. Real gangster living, no make it at all.
Oh no,
Oh no, make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much-needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us today for our panel on gender-based violence and citizen security. We're pleased to have a number of you joining us in person and online, and I'm pleased to be blessed by a very mixed and experienced panel. We're looking forward to some excellent discussions. My name is Monique Long. I am a Planning and Coordination Specialist with the UN Women Multi-Country Office of the Caribbean, and we operate in 22 countries and territories in the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. I would like to take this moment to introduce my esteemed panel, starting with my right, Dr. Cynthia Pitter, lecturer and coordinator for the Mona School of Nursing program at the University of the West Indies. Welcome, Dr. Pitter. Next to her, we have Ms. Vanna Lawrence, program manager with the European Union delegation. To my left, we have Ms. Phaedra Saunders, director of People Business and partner, Flow Jamaica. And finally, we have Dr. Tamika Peart, director of the National Shelter program with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. Let's make them welcome. As you know, Jamaica is struggling and continues to struggle with high rates of crime and violence. We know this includes significant violence against women and girls, and we know that this goes beyond a human rights issue, but goes directly to our sustainable development. Now, one of the key gaps we've recognized in a lot of the discourse around citizen security has been that gender-based violence and violence against women and girls is unusually absent. We recognize that much of the discourse is around organized crime, drug interdiction, human trafficking, violent crime and public safety, but very often GBV and VOG aren't meaningfully integrated into the discourse on citizen security. Data indicates that 8% of victims of selected major crimes are children, and 60% of those are girls. 1/5 of Jamaican women, through the Reproductive Health Survey, have indicated that they were sexually abused as children. The survey also indicates that 27.8% of women have experienced intimate partner violence, either sexual or physical violence, at the hands of their partners. 39% of Jamaican women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence, be it physical, sexual, emotional, or economic. Gender-based violence is a development and human rights issue. It requires a joint, coordinated, sustainable response, and it has to be seen as a sustainable issue to move it from the private sphere and into public discourse. We've recognized that while there are a number of documents that speak significantly to national security, including our security policy and Vision 2030, and we recognize the importance of security being important and necessary for citizens to thrive, one of the key issues continues to be we're not exploring citizen security within the context of gender-based violence. Today, we're hoping to connect some of those dots and to open up the discourse to our colleagues on the panel and with you in the room and online to discuss more meaningfully what gender-based violence and citizen security looks like within the Jamaican context. So we're going to start off with a few questions, and then we'll allow the panelists to expound a bit more on their work. So I will allow you to speak a bit on your own work, and then we'll dive into the questions. Dr. Pitta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I am a nurse and a midwife. I'm homegrown. I give gratitude to the University Hospital and the University of the West Indies. I've just completed my PhD in gender studies. As you know, or what do we know? We know that women across all demographics are violated by their intimate partner, and maybe once, sometimes, all the times, and it can escalate across the life cycle. We also know that all women are vulnerable, but more importantly, some are more vulnerable more than others. For example, my PhD work focused on gender-based violence among pregnant women. Why pregnant women? Pregnant women are more vulnerable because we are looking at 2 lives or more than 2 lives. We know that the mothers, they are the ones who is to take care of the next generation. But we have a set of professionals that we call midwives, that we refer to them as heroes. And I recognize in my study as a nurse, as a midwife, that there were gaps in our training as how we relate to screening for pregnant women, screening for gender-based violence among pregnant women. So that's where my work came in as a researcher. So what I've done was to bring some visibility to pregnant women who are exposed to gender-based violence, and also midwives who are should be prepared to attend to those women. Over my studies, my prevalence that I identify, I must tell you that the women's health research that was done said that 5% of pregnant women are exposed to gender-based violence. My study showed that 36% of all pregnant women are exposed to gender-based violence, and that is parallel to the general data. About 1/3 of women are exposed to gender-based violence, and that is very significant, because if 36% of us here should end up having to report that we have COVID, nobody would want to be inside this room. So it's very important that we, to think that our children are being born in homes that are abusive, and just think about the next generation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pitto. And I definitely recognize and flag the note from the Women's Health Survey, rather, the 2016 Women's Health Survey that pointed to pregnancy being one of the risk factors in Jamaica. It was recognized that there was a higher rate of prevalence of violence against pregnant women, with I think about 20% of pregnant women who had experienced intimate partner violence saying that they had been kicked or harmed in the area of their abdomen. So again, we recognize that there's a very distinct form of violence that occurs and an added layer of vulnerability for pregnant women. We're very pleased to have you. Vanna, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and a bit on EU's work in Jamaica.
Thank you very much. As you've heard, I'm Vanna Lawrence. I'm Program Manager at the European Union with responsibility for justice, governance, gender, human rights, and civil society organizations. Now, as an organization, the European Union has as one of its core values that of gender equality. And the European Union has made a global commitment that over 85% of all of its programs and all of its international financing must be gender responsive. So in Jamaica, we were tasked as a European Union delegation to have robust discussions and consultations with a wide number of stakeholders to develop what we call a country-level implementation plan. That country-level implementation plan has to be reflective of the situation on the ground to ensure that whatever programs are being implemented here in Jamaica reflects the situation on the ground. And so every year we continue our consultations with civil society, with gender experts, and we find many of them within the UN, and so we do have a great working group on gender, which we had only this week. The EU intends for its current funding program to do the majority of its work in the area of good governance and human security. As it relates to gender responsiveness, the focus is to ensure that women and men, boys and girls exist in a situation where they feel secure. And this is our focus on citizen security. They feel secure to operate safely in public, private, and online spaces. We have an ongoing citizen security program that has a distinct gender focus. In fact, one of the indicators under this citizen security program looks at the national shelters for victims of violence, gender-based violence, but predominantly violence within the homes. One of the indicators seeks to measure whether these shelters are not only established, but whether they are operationalized. We're putting a focus on the capturing and storing and analyzing of data in Jamaica to see how this data assists the government of Jamaica to make more gender responsive plans and implement programs that are quite gender responsive, from gender sensitive budgeting to recognizing that the education of boys and girls will be different because the situations of violence that is experienced by boys and girls affect them differently as victims and as perpetrators. So the EU continues to use the government of Jamaica's plans to deliver on programs primarily through a budget support modality, and this allows the government to have the funds in its consolidated funds to spend in a way that reflects the needs on the ground. Of course, it is limited by some performance measures, but it facilitates the government to deliver on programs that really reach the people at the points of need. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention. And again, colleagues, we recognize that on the panel we have quite a mixture of expertise. We have representatives from academia, we have representatives from the donor community, and now we jump over to private sector. Phaedra, please.
Hi.
Yes, I'm very excited to have you. Please, you can tell us a bit about your work and a bit about the excellent work that Flo has been doing in this space.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So, as you said, my name is Phaedra Saunders. My job at Flo is people. So I'm responsible for people in the organization. Now, in our organization, in our Jamaica business, almost 50% of our employee population is women. Now, when you think about the statistics, I believe it was 1 in 4. I think it's now, is it still 1 in 4? If you think that 1 in every 4 women, if we have a team of 4 women sitting in a room in a meeting, it is highly likely that 1 or more have been affected by gender-based violence. It is very important for us that we are doing something as a large organization. So we have put in a policy. We have a policy in place. The policy has provisions. We have an external partner, Family Life Ministries, and how our policy support operates is that if someone is affected in any way, they can reach out to us internally or to the external partner. The external partner assesses the need and says to us, this is the support the individual requires. And that support ranges from removing the person from the situation they're in physically, if we need to support them with finding somewhere else to live, literally, if it's legal support, whatever support, and it's not just for the mother, the wife, the woman, it is also for her if she has children. We have declared and we have put in our policy and educated all our people in our organization that we simply stand against violence in all its forms. And we believe that that was, very important for us to make that statement. And that also extends to policies around sexual harassment and our zero tolerance approach for that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And speaking about creating spaces and recognizing that, we have to take it a step further. We have these strong policies, but what next? What happens when women need a place to go? And considering that, we go to Dr. Peart, representing the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, and leading on the shelter program in Jamaica. Dr. Peart, tell us a bit about your work.
Okay, thank you very much, Monique. So, as said earlier, my name is Dr. Peart, and I happen to be leading on the National Shelter Strategy. And I am particularly happy that we started this discussion this morning by way of mentioning the Women's Health Survey that guides really the government of Jamaica's plans and programs in the elimination and reduction of gender-based violence. Now, within the context of the work that I have been doing over the years, there is information from the Women's Health Survey that there are lifetime impacts coming from women's victimization where domestic violence and intimate partner violence is concerned. Coming out of that within the context of being in a ministry that is leading the gender mainstreaming program for the government of Jamaica, as well as a ministry overall that is looking at human capital development in the country, we understand that what the data is telling us is that intimate partner violence, particularly, domestic violence, particularly intimate partner violence, it creates a structural hindrance for women and girls to equally access socially valued goods in the country. And coming out of that information, the ministry created a brand new unit. Prior to 2020, there was no national shelter unit in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. And coming out of that, we now have a national shelter unit, as well as a national unit that is in charge of the GBV helpline. Now, coming out of those two spaces that work closely together, we realized that we have to work on having coordinated spaces and coordinated functions that respond to the needs of women. Now, I'll talk about the whole process of coordination and how that has helped the government of Jamaica to respond to the women who approach us. And note I started off by saying the women who approach us, because by no means are we saying that we are responding to all of the needs. We have work to do where that is concerned. But suffice to say, at this point, I'm very happy that
where the Ministry of Gender in particular is concerned, the Citizen Security Secretariat, we're integrally involved with their work. It is very promising in terms of the inclusion of gender as a cross-cutting theme in how the country responds to national security. And so I'll be talking about that later, but as one of the direct focal points, I'm very happy to be in this discussion this morning. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Peart. So we want to dive a bit more meaningfully into what are some of the innovative practices that have been working. We've recognized that very often there is a gap between the discourse on citizen security and gender-based violence. But as we try to bridge the gap and as we try to ensure that our responses are sustainable, meaningful, impactful, leaving no one behind, I'd love to know from your different perspectives, what are some of the things that have been working? What are some of the innovative, emerging, existing better practices to address citizen security and gender-based violence? Who wants to take the first whack at it? Do you?
All right, so in health, what are the things that are innovative? I can speak for the Faculty of Medical Sciences. You know, there is 7 disciplines. There's training. For example, the EU Spotlight Initiative Jamaica, through a consultancy, was enabled us to integrate or strengthen the gaps that were in the the MBBS program and nursing program in integrating violence against women and girls. So we have now, in the pre-service curricula, started to prepare our nurses and our medical students on how to respond to gender-based violence. Also, the Ministry of Health, they now have their in-service program, which they have also developed various guidelines. For example, the referral pathway for the survivors of gender-based violence. That was a multidisciplinary, or including some CSO who participate in that. Protocol for the management of common mental disorder, management of interpersonal violence procedure for healthcare workers. So, so both pre-service and in-service, there is now training going on. And we are using the WHO international curriculum, that standard, in preparing our students and our healthcare practitioners.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And again, we recognize the importance of not only, doing trainings and capacity strengthening, but a sustainable model of integrating the information in existing curricula so that even beyond the scope of projects, the work, the information remains. It's a sustainable model. I'd like to throw over to Dr. Peart to ask a bit about the shelter program and a bit more broadly as well about what the ministry and the Bureau of Gender Affairs has been doing specifically around the area of gender-based violence.
Okay, so first to begin with, the shelter program. Very young, but still very promising. I am happy to say that when mention was made of the referral pathway, that's one of what we have corrected at such a young stage in the life of the National Shelter Program. So last year, it's June of this year, we launched the GBV coordination platform, and that was by way of the support that we have received from the Spotlight Initiative. We have also included in that the referral pathway, which increases the accountability for us as government in terms of how we provide service delivery. What are some critical, must take place part of the process where GBV service delivery is concerned? And if it is not in place, what are the channels to ensure that this is reported on? We've also had extensive work being done on building the coordination process. So when we work with a client It may be a client with children. And coming out of that process, we realized that, yes, we have the policy directive, we have the guidelines, we have the actions in place, but we have to work across the platform of the government of Jamaica. And so that coordination has seen us working and working with other service providers in different ministries, departments, and agencies, and having signed memoranda of understanding with critical ministries, departments, and agencies. We have also continued to build on what has been a very good practice where private-public partnership is concerned with the implementation of shelters in Jamaica. We work closely with Women Inc. that has had years of good track record where the implementation and operationalization of shelters are concerned in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. So where the service delivery aspect of clients are concerned, we have what are called guidelines for the operationalization of shelters. And again, that holds us responsible. And a big part of the process for when clients come to us within the shelter program is that we have to be people-centered. People-centered from the standpoint that we don't dictate to clients what their treatment will look like, what their plans for recovery will look like. It is a process where they are empowered to develop their own treatment plans, and we work with them. We hold their hand throughout the system and then take them back to life as a survivor and not a victim. We have also started the process of taking this to the parish level, again, because of injection of support from the Spotlight Initiative. We have realized that doing the MOUs at the top is just one component of the work. We have to work with our partners in civil society, particularly in rural parts of Jamaica where the service delivery does not look the same as urban Jamaica. And that in of itself, I'm big on state accountability, where I'm big on women having equal access to socially valued goods. And that process of working with our civil society actors have significantly improved what we have been able to deliver for women and girls within the short life of the shelter program. I can go into what the Bureau of Gender Affairs has been doing outside of the shelters in a brief nutshell. So we have been working on amending key legislations, and you would have seen that sometimes being introduced or being reminded to the public. We have realized that there is need to work on the minds of the young people in Jamaica where the creation or the where changes of values and attitudes are concerned. And so the Gender Ambassadors Program is one of the flagship programs for the Bureau of Gender Affairs where it concerns working with young people. That takes the Bureau of Gender Affairs directly into the schools in partnership with the Ministry of Education to get ambassadors for this cross-cutting theme of gender that we are trying to mainstream across Jamaica. That has been a successful undertaking to date. We also have the helplines that I talk about. The helplines really was introduced to the public in at a unit level in March of this year, and that has also had success because we are realizing that providing a toll-free number is just one part of the conversation. Women need non-traditional means of communicating their concerns where GBV is concerned. And this may be something as simple as having WhatsApp messaging to communicate to the state that this is what is happening, and directives can be given on how we can coalesce, we can have a conversation on what this process will look like for you to exit the situation safely. There is the last one that I'm going to mention is that we now have a sexual harassment unit. And this is coming out of what we have achieved as a ministry where the sexual harassment legislation is concerned. That will see us having a senior investigative officer, and investigative officers who are there to respond to public complaints, where sexual harassment is concerned. So I think that would be it, but there's more that I could go into.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I also know that the BGA and the ministry has a refocus program that works with perpetrators of violence.
Yes.
And again, it's important for us to, always keep in mind the importance of working with all of the different parties.
Yes.
I think one of the key things has been ensuring that as we build out our response, as we continue to change social norms, we're also recognizing that even for perpetrators, there has to be some intervention to ensure that we're working with them and to ensure that we're rebuilding communities.
And that is a critical entry point to the conversation, because we've realized that we cannot leave men out of the conversation when we are talking about domestic violence. And so the Bureau has been able to strengthen, first to begin with, in 2016, it moved from being the Bureau of Women's Affairs to the Bureau of Gender Affairs. And there is a male helpline that men can call to report on these gender-specific issues that they are having. Some of the times the support may not be that somebody is directly involved in gender in a space, but it can be that that person, for instance, I work closely with the Tower Street Adult Remand Center, and that has seen me taking a gender perspective to the work that is done over there.
Excellent, excellent. I'm throwing to Phaedra before I go over to Vanna to talk a bit more meaningfully about the Spotlight Initiative, but we'd love to hear a bit about what Flow does, how Flow is using innovative practices as a leader in the public sector, the private sector rather, to respond to these issues.
Yeah, so, apart from introducing the policy internally, we are starting now to educate our communities. So we have business customers, and we are starting to put together webinars and so on to invite them. You would have heard recently that we launched a new product, Jump. One of the intentions behind that is to ensure that persons in vulnerable communities, underserved communities, have access to communication means, because one of the things we have recognized based on our experience is that sometimes you have employees in the organization, they have lost a device, they don't want to come forward again to ask, or they don't have communication in the home for one reason or another. Last year, it was last year also, our Flow Foundation partnered with Mona School of Business to build out several programs to equip persons with skills. Now, we didn't target just women, but we did target, again, vulnerable persons, because one of the things we recognize is that if you have, so digital skills are one of the emerging sets of skills that it does have multi-purposes. You can launch into many different careers using these skills. And we went on that program because we recognize also that you do have women out there who are not employed or who are employed but need more support in order to be able to support themselves, transition out of situations that they may be in. And I just wanted to add that inside our organization, our gender-based violence policy, right, we have educated all our persons and everybody in our organization, but particularly the managers in our organization, supervisors. One of the great things that we have recognized has emerged out of it is that supervisors in our organization are able to come forward now and say, I have this individual and I think there may be a situation of violence that or it may not be physical violence, but some other abuse that she's dealing with in the home. We find also that they're way more supportive. If they're coaching on performance, it's one of the things that they're listening for and looking at, depending on changes in behaviors and that kind of a thing. We really do believe that, this is just something, this is the right thing to do. And we're very passionate about that. We're looking forward to November 25th to be able to launch our webinars within the business community, and we're going to be doing more around that.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I know that as well, we had done some work through UN Women and the Spotlight Initiative, including the private sector. And one of the key things we were attempting to do, and I think have done relatively successfully, is linking the private sector entities that would have signed on to the Women Empowerment Principles. And again, colleagues, these are a series of principles that reinforce the importance of gender equality in the workspace, and which a number of private sector entities have been able to sign on to within the Jamaican context. I will now throw over to Vanna and the EU, because it just so happens that two of the key programs that would have been referenced, including the Win-Win program and the Spotlight Initiative, were heavily funded through the EU.
Yes, thank you, Monique.
Of course.
I believe the European Union recognizes very, very pointedly that in a maturing country such as Jamaica, the parachuting in of aid, you know, the model where you bring all these expert people with all their funds and drop it into a country, it doesn't work, and it wouldn't work for Jamaica. So what we have done at the EU is that we recognize where the expertise is existing in country. You will see this model, for example, in the support for the UN's expertise in delivering on gender programs, such as the Spotlight Initiative, such as the Win-Win program. The EU provided the funding, the UN provided the expertise, and that collaboration has been successful in delivering on a program that is well needed in Jamaica. Incidentally, it is going to be extended until the end of next year because the work is not yet done. The work needs to continue. Also, the EU has found that if we really want to achieve a cascading approach of the implementation and the innovations getting all the way to beneficiaries who are very far away and very hard to reach, we must implement through civil society organizations. And so within the EU body of funds, at least 10% of all funds are dedicated towards implementation by civil society organizations. It is a competitive process indeed. Some CSOs are not very attracted to approaching the EU for funding because it is difficult. But you have to understand that there is a significant amount of money to be had and there has to be accountability. Now, the EU also supports governments to implement programs for the benefit of its own citizens. And this is done through budget support because what we have found is that for sustainability, you have to have ownership. And the best way to ensure ownership is if people actually need these products and people get to implement it themselves in their own way. For example, in the recently concluded Justice Budget Support Program, the government of Jamaica outlined that women and men in the rural parishes who are suffering from gender-based violence find it hard to access family courts. They have to wait until the family court in the parish center is sitting, probably once per month, probably twice, but in order to receive a protection order, which is very, very needed, it's an emergency situation, that individual would have to wait a week or 2 weeks to receive that kind of a service. And so under the Budget Support Justice Program, the government of Jamaica outlined that it was really necessary that additional family courts be established in rural parishes and for the benefit of beneficiaries who are mostly women seeking protection orders or affiliation orders. And also these family courts serve as juvenile courts for children, majority of whom are boys, who are being brought before the court. This program assisted the government in implementing 4 family courts in rural parishes. And so what I would say is what we would boast of as the EU is that we have come to a position of recognizing that a mature democracy such as Jamaica is to be allowed to implement programs for itself using its own policies. And we are also supporting expertise, such as in the UN and in the CSOs, to deliver programs because we believe ownership will lead to greater sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Vanna. And you know, it's excellent to have had you here because you have, I think, so much of the insight into what the programmatic work is currently looking like on the ground, and a little bit of the Jamaican experience. A lot of the Jamaican experience. Yeah. You know, your knowledge and insight from that context, recognizing, you know, especially what it looks like from a donor perspective, and recognizing the importance of not just throwing funds and running away, but meaningfully understanding what absorption rate reasonably look like within our context, what the capacity of many of our CSO partners look like, what the specific needs of government looks like, and being adaptable and flexible enough to respond to those needs. So I do recognize that one of the key things you also mentioned is the importance of CSOs. And I think that flows very easily into our next question, which is looking at who are the major players, who are the major people that we have to be integrating into these conversations as we try to move the dialogue further, as we try to enhance what citizen security and the response to GBV looks like. Besides ensuring we are pulling CSOs to the table, who else should be at the table?
You know, private organizations, definitely. If you think about it, everywhere you turn, on the mall, everywhere, there are companies, right? Organizations. People are employed there. Women are employed there. In that 8-hour workday is a great opportunity to engage with women but to educate all within the organization. A woman may be suffering in silence, but when you open that conversation, normalize that one can speak about it and then share the resources that are available. Put a policy in your organization against violence. It's just zero tolerance against violence in your organization. And you have men in the organization who it applies to. Now, when the conversation is open, the women are freer, feel freer to speak about it. You share where the resources are. I believe that, you know, we have a huge role to play. Remember also that our women are the mothers that are nurturing. They're also nurturing the sons. I believe it's Dr. Herbert Gale who has significant studies about the impact of just, you know, the nurturing, the being, you know, comforted, you know, that social contact, that support that's provided by a mother that is being, you know, abused and so on, is living in fear, pretty much, right? We want our people to come to work whole, bring their whole self to work, be comfortable in whatever space they are, and know the environment is supportive. So I believe the organizations, no matter whether it's small, medium, or a large organization, I believe the conversation needs to be open there. There are significant resources from the WEPs, the UN Women, rather, that can be, you know, that they can call on, draw on, to be able to put the information in their workplace, provide the support, and that sort of thing. So that's my point of view on that.
Yes, excellent point. Dr. Parrott?
So one of the charges that we have received from the principal director at the Bureau of Gender Affairs, Mrs. Sharon Coburn Robinson, is that the social workers who do public engagement, they have to interface with those surprising points of entry into understanding the public and gauging public sentiment where domestic violence is concerned. And in just a very simple approach as taking it to the streets, or take it to the streets as it is called, you find that people such as taxi drivers and bartenders and hairdressers are very important players in us responding to domestic violence as a country. I mean, I am fortunate to have moved up through the Bureau of Gender Affairs as a director of community engagement. I was also a research officer, but in those capacities, when you interface with I remember a taxi driver talking to me about a night when his last passenger was a woman, and she wanted somebody to talk to because she was about to slit her wrist. And we have to find ways to engage people like this at their level. They see themselves as being important determinants of women and also men having a safe space where they can go to. Bartenders too, when you talk to them, they are informal counselors to several men who are living in spaces of inner conflict with self and having issues concerning intimate partner violence at home. You have bartenders who will use their space to have that makeshift counseling session with men. We have hairdressers who, through that moment of bonding with another woman, shares what it means to empower yourself as a woman or as a young girl. So I think one of the important entry points to this conversation is that we have to look into these irregular spaces. The women's fellowships in the churches across Jamaica are important entry points. Important entry points to get churches to get on board with us. They are with us, but in a fulsome way for the operations of the church to integrate gender in a nuanced way. It is more than just having women in leadership roles in the churches, but having the facility, having the organization functioning in a nuanced way that enable women to see gender coming out of the functions of that space. You are looking at community-based organizations that are out there doing the work, but they are not resourced the way that they should be, and they don't have the capacity to meet the requirements of agencies that are providing funding support. How do we help these entities to come up to the level where they are also and can be empowered to provide that kind of empowerment to persons who are on the ground? There are also the students' council movements across the country. I don't know if you've been seeing what is in the media about this whole Molly issue and school-based, gender-based violence and how we respond to those. But the student council body, as it is in Jamaica, is also a very important entry point. And I just want the takeaway from my conversation here to be that we have to start looking into these irregular spaces for national level empowerment for at-risk populations.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I think that was a very valuable intervention. Meeting people where they are in all spaces that they are. I'll throw out the final question because my colleagues have been telling me to wrap up. But the final question truly is, what next? You know, what are the gaps that remain to be addressed, and where are there opportunities, but how do we move forward? I don't know if Dr. Peter, you have any insights on this?
For in health, the gaps that are there, the women need resources. They need resources. So, and definitely training for all of our healthcare professionals. Whenever like she said, the institution, we are to use the healthcare sector to make the changes and to mainstream gender in health, because other changes will come. For example, a lot of healthcare workers are also women, and they are also exposed. So we want to change attitudes. And when attitudes are changed, then they would be in a better position to able to deal with women who are exposed to gender-based violence.
Excellent.
I believe that there is need for more fathers' clinic. Have a clinic for fathers alone so they can express themselves also.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you so much. Vanna, closing remarks and also gaps and opportunities.
I feel very honored to have the closing remarks, indeed. I believe it is time we recognize that everybody belongs at the table in a discussion on gender-based violence. And the very broadness of the term gender-based violence needs to give credence to the fact that violence happens to women and it happens to men, and it's primarily on the basis of the gender that they have assumed. And so I think if we want to take a radical approach, maybe we should say, okay, the older ones like us, we probably are very old dogs and we can't learn. Therefore, I think we should have a very systematic and strategic approach towards educating younger persons, to developing a culture or even a subculture of an intolerance towards violence and an intolerance towards all issues of gender-based violence. So all of us should come to the table and all of us should recognize that speaking about issues of violence and gender-based violence should become a table talk, a main talk. There should be no part of this situation where we're hiding from any longer. And once we start being very open about speaking about the fact that people are targeted simply for who they are. You are a woman, therefore you're weaker, therefore I'll step to you. You're homosexual, therefore you are projecting weakness, therefore I will do something to you just because of who you are. We need to start to speak about it, and we need to start to develop a culture of intolerance towards all forms of violence, but specifically gender-based violence.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful, and thanks again to our esteemed panel, Dr. Tamika Peart from the Ministry of Culture, Gender and Entertainment and Sport, Dr. Cynthia Pito, lecturer at the Mona School of Nursing, Ms. Vanna Lawrence, program manager at the EU delegation, and finally, Ms. Phaedra Saunders from Flow, Jamaica. It truly has been an excellent conversation. We are very grateful for the insights and the knowledge that has been shared with us today. As we have to cut this session, I do invite colleagues to go outside for a break and return in 15 minutes for the panel on youth and inclusivity. But thank you again to the panel. Thank you for your insights, and thank you to the colleagues who have been so kind to join us in the session today. Have a great morning.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations, but SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
Challenges that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room.
We are the union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool or a boom and cut school.
If we get the money come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face so we're not saying sorry.
We cut and go through if we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street and me not push no room. Cause I bear bad things in a detention room. Bear bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my old friends did not like my picture on Instagram. So who tell us that we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. Go get me a little water.
I may want a bag juice.
Hurry up. I can sit next to you?
Sure.
I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, I'm gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, I'm gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, no one who, for frighten.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up the thing, you know.
So that me a talk about my you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, we know what kind of business or no in there.
Yo, my God, what I'm to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know where your man a do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. You are telling me say the expensive hair me by you. You know like them things eh? You are going like saying know where this come from, you know. Yeah, what? I have some important calls to make, see?
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people, come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, it come like she don't know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living.
Money have to make the real way. What am I say?
Money have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I say if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I see this bullying thing. It's a survival thing, you understand?
Yeah, it's a gangster living. It's a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live. That's not funny.
No, me can't live so.
Be the change.
Be the change, take responsibility now.
Making a choice. Be bold and use your voice. We're tired of the bullying, the scamming and all. We can't start living, no make it at all. Oh no. 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 Oh no. Make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much-needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program. Since COVID, we have scaled down because the students are not here. But whatever we produce now, community members would purchase, and when teachers come in from time to time, they would also purchase these things. We have not put in back any chickens since COVID, except for when we had students coming back for SBA, then we had to do a batch of birds. And of course, we sold those to community members. But before that, last Christmas, December, we also did packages for our students, and so they also got chickens and whatever else we had on the farm at that time. So whatever we earned, as much as is possible, we used it back on the farm, and some goes into our cash reserve. So with the support from FAO and 4-H under the Homegrown Agricultural Program, we have benefited from a 1,000-gallon black drum and fittings and drip hose. This has helped us immensely because where we are located in Southwest St. Elizabeth, it is rather on the dry plains of St. Elizabeth. So you came this afternoon, we got rains, and we're grateful for that. But under the normal circumstances, the times are very dry and hot. And so with the assistance where we can just fill our drum, turn it on to water when we want to, when we have our seedlings planted, it will ensure that we have vegetables at all times. our students are from the lower socioeconomic families, and they usually depend on us for food. 5 days per week, we usually cook for them. And we know that if we have it from our farm, we can take it to them. We know where to find them.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Youth and Inclusivity panel for today. And I'll preface before we go into the conversation with our panelists this afternoon that committing to achieving Agenda 2030 for sustainable development encompasses the goals and targets that should be met by all segments of society. Often those left behind are people living in poverty, crisis, or situations of vulnerability, and can include children, youth, persons with disability, older persons, indigenous peoples, refugees, and also migrants. Therefore, it is important that their voices be amplified and that they are meaningfully included as active agents of change. Now, our central interest for today, which we have a very able youth panel, and this youth-led panel is aimed at highlighting the role of youth in fostering a more inclusive society, as well as the need to meaningfully engage youth in decisions that affect them in the effort of leaving no one behind. So I have the privilege this afternoon to introduce Mr. Jamel Brown, and he's researcher, citizen security and peace building, and YPS youth consultation. Please make him welcome. We also have Mr. Sean Lord. He's director of youth programs, Equality for All Foundation. We also have Dave Ann Moses. She's an activist, member of We Change Jamaica. And we also have Jada Powell, and she's co-producer of Talk Up Youth radio show. All right, so we would like to start our conversation this afternoon about inclusivity by, first of all, understanding inclusion. And we know that inclusion means the voices of everyone should be heard in policies, in dialogues, in discussions, in forums such as this. Therefore, please share with us, why is it important for young people like yourself to be involved in decision making, especially in decisions that affect you?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. No, it's often said youth are the future, but I think youth are the present, right? Right now, we need to try and engage as much as possible to have their voices heard, because they have so many important points on how we can change Jamaica, change the world, rather. And using this forum as a platform to do so, we can also see their viewpoints on how we can do that in a way they are engaged. So not just to take it off and say, okay, we have engaged youth, but how are we engaging them? And is it something that they are interested in? I think that's something that we can definitely think about.
So not just ticking the box,
not just
but
ticking
really
the box.
meaningfully engage them. Let's hear from you, Jamel.
To me, before I get started, I'm coming from a place where youth inclusivity means a lot to me, and our decisions are weighed into society. So I'm coming from an inner city community called Tower Hill that is beside Waterhouse in St. Andrew, Jamaica. And when I first began coming into the space of youth inclusivity and youth leadership, I didn't see anybody that resembles me. Coming from a non-traditional high school as well, Tarrant High School, to be in a platform as this, because you always see someone who always speak well, who is coming from a traditional high school, and you're in the space weighing on decisions, you always the same youth that you will see in the space. You wouldn't see somebody from a different background. So what youth inclusivity and decision making means to me is that we have diversity, representation to impact that decision, because I can come from the inner city and impact someone's living in a higher complex neighborhood or somewhere more in the middle income. I know of my struggles, I know where I'm coming from, I could relate to me. Oftentimes we see in our society where persons are given the voice to have the voice or the opportunity to weigh in on decisions that they can't really relate to.
So representation at all levels, absolutely. A person who is perhaps from different stratas of society, especially we think that Jamaica is the urban, well, it is the urban area, but Kingston is Jamaica. And so if you don't have representation from rural persons, then it is not capturing that element to say you're representing youth. Let's hear from you, Sean.
As my colleague rightfully pointed out, youth inclusion to me means youth representation. It makes no sense youth don't have a voice as it relates to youth issues. And I strongly believe that inclusion means not just having youth as placeholders, but that our issues are brought to the fore by us and the necessary channels to remedy the situation happens.
All right, David, let's hear from you.
I think we underestimate that youth aren't decision makers. Youth make decisions every day about the way that we live our lives, the things that we do, and that is how our society will develop. So whether or not we are included in a meaningful way or if we're just placeholders, we are making decisions every day that will impact the society that is to come. And so if we are not included in these discussions, in these high-level meetings, there's a disconnect. And that is where you see you have sustainable goals, but the goals are not being achieved by the persons in the community because they don't know about them. They're working on their own goals. And so we have to align goals and actions on the ground. So I think that's why it's so important to include us into the high-level meetings in a meaningful way.
Absolutely.
To piggyback on that, I would say that is a good way of looking at things, because if we to also take into consideration the perspective that youth would have and society as decision making would be different 10 years or 25 years ago, because after millennium goals and also the SDGs that were now included in our society, what youth would have wanted then is different from what youth would have wanted now. So there are so many different things that would have weighed in on decisions now for youth compared to then. So we have to also take into consideration that factor as well.
Yeah, you raised an excellent point that what inclusivity looks like 25 years or 10 years ago is certainly different from what it actually looks like today. It also perhaps requires us to redefine what is inclusivity. So you're raising some good points, and that...
One last point. Inclusivity does not mean to be just included. It's meaning, like me, for example, I might be the first, not saying I'm the first, I might be the first to come from a non-traditional high school and also come from the inner city and be in this space. I am charting the path for others to come and be included into the space, to shape the decisions that are in the space as well. Because we are in the space, we need all youths, all perspectives, not just the ones that speak well, look well, but we need the persons that are the average youths and the persons that are playing their part into society to share their perspective from different areas in society.
And to add to that, right, now that we have passed the COVID-19 pandemic, how are we going to integrate what we've learned, right? I've heard someone say, don't waste a pandemic. How are we going to move forward? Because now youth goals are much different as opposed to 2019. What are we doing to really connect with youths from all over Jamaica, that should also be considered as well.
Yes, some very important points being raised there. And we know certainly for, you had mentioned it, Jamel, when we're looking at the Millennium Development Goals, a big drawback to that was that it was not inclusive. So we had persons representing opinions for persons who are living with HIV, and they weren't at the table when some of these policies and decisions were being made. And bring us in this century, we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. And if we're saying we're sprinting for the goals, we're trying to amplify and raise the voice of young people, you're saying that inclusivity has to look different than what it was 25 years ago.
Yes, it has to be. And also we have to take into the UN consideration of it, because the UN have a strategy, the strategy for youth as it relates to Youth 2030. So it's like Vision 2030, but different. It's a UN-wide system strategy that shapes youth involvement more into society.
Yes.
And in Jamaica, I think that we need a strengthening after strategy here, because it's more international. So involve youths more into that.
So localizing the context to fit Jamaica, absolutely. Meet the people where they are. Absolutely. I like that, Jamil. All right, so based on your experience, in what ways can youth contribute to advancing a more inclusive Jamaica? I know you would have mentioned some of the points before, but how can we really ensure that there is a robust system in place? And I'll turn my attention here before I go over to Jamel. So based on your experience, in what ways can youth really contribute to advancing a more inclusive Jamaica?
So, as I said, youth are already determining what the future of this country will be. If we are not engaging youth from the beginning, then we're going to be going into very different directions. We have to give them space to dream, to imagine what their future can be without giving them these preconceived notions of what it's supposed to be. So space to dream, space to imagine what they think that their country can look like, and then how do we get there? So we start with the bigger picture, but we start with the youth in mind. We start with them leading the charge. It cannot be that we've decided for them what their future is going to look like.
Youth should play an active role, and the word active was particularly selected. A lot of times youth, we're seen as just numbers, as just data, and yes, you collect our information, but then what happens after that? How do we participate in whatever process of change that you propose? And I believe that a key area that we should focus on is policy development. Young people, yeah, we might not know everything, but we know something. And use us now, in the now. Don't assume for us, for a better term, don't assume for us. Ask us the things, whether hard or not, and we will provide answers that you need. And then from there, we work together, collaboratively, to reach whatever we need to fix or reach.
Right. And just to highlight that point also is that when we were doing HIV response, and we started our HIV response, what it required us to do was to do a lot of peer education, right? And the persons who were engaging in the program were only confined to that space. So it's the number of condoms that are distributed, it's the number of peers that you reach. But at the core of it, you are seen, especially for marginalized populations, are only seen as perhaps vectors of, transmitting diseases. What about enabling them to learn about disaster risk reduction? That is something that affects us all. In terms of first aid, that is something that affects us all. So again, it goes back to your point, not only assisting based on perhaps how you identify as a young person, but really how do you provide resources, not just based on unattached youth in rural areas, vulnerable populations, but across the gamut, how do you engage young people? I'd like to find out, what do you think are the main challenges? If you could think of 3 main challenges and perhaps opportunities for Jamaica to become a more inclusive society.
Right.
So let's start with some of the challenges. What do you think are those barriers and roadblocks? So we hear the conversation, we want youth to be involved, but do you also think that there are barriers in getting youth to be mobilized and really active and engaged in the process?
Yes, most definitely. I think a large factor is education. 60% of the Jamaican population does not have a CXC subject. No, if we're talking youth inclusivity and SDGs and all of that, most of the population does not know what that means. So we have to start at the root. How do we educate them and let them understand what we're trying to say in a simpler format? And then from there, we can go again with change and how they can be included in that. Because how can you ask someone for their opinion if they don't know what they're responding to? How can they properly assess the situation? So I think we need to start from there, education, and also how we engage them. As I said, a lot of times when we are doing our polls or just trying to reach out to youth and finding out their issues, some persons may want to think of the solutions before they even ask the questions, right? So they come and they will ask you, what are you wearing? And you are wearing a blue jacket. And they expect you to say blue, but suppose you say purple, right? Your answers may be different, your perspectives may be different. So it's really for us to be open to what youth are saying and also take it into consideration.
So it's almost coming to the table, have a preconceived notion of what you think young people will say, but really and truly you have not heard from the youth themselves. And even when they put their voices in the space, it is also not taken as something that is within the remit of what you're working with.
Yes.
Also, it's important to note that when reaching young persons, you have to meet them where they are. And also tailor your assistance to the community that you're reaching. So if you are trying to reach young persons living with HIV, you wouldn't necessarily use another format. You have to tailor the help to the community that you're trying to reach.
I think when we are trying to engage marginalized groups, such as youth, we have to think of all the things in their daily lives that are going to prevent them from accessing this space, prevent them from thinking about these problems, prevent them from thinking of the solutions. Is it that they are too caught up with school, university, with trying to pay off student loans that they don't have time to think about these things? How do we engage them, ensuring that their brain space is free enough to think of these things, to comment on these things, have an opinion, in the way that we do things, that we change. When we want to reach a particular audience, we ensure that all the parameters are in place that they can't tell us no. If we want to do a training and we know you're from out of town and we want to engage persons who are not in the cities, we want people in rural areas, are we going to provide them with money to come to Kingston to do that training? If they have children, do we provide them with some kind of stipend where they can find someone to look after that child? Do they need food to come? Do they need to take a day off work? Do we provide them with something to say, you're not getting paid for today, but here's a stipend, here's a reason for you to come. These things are what affect people's decision-making on a very real level. So we want to engage youth. Is it that they don't have the time? Is it that they don't have the resources? How do we get these things to them so that they can free up their brain space to engage us on the topics that we want to speak about?
And just a follow-up question before you come in here. How do you mobilize resources from organizations, from agencies to reach the youth that are actually in need? How do you think, or what strategies can be put in place to really mobilize resources for young people?
Well, write it into your policy. Make it, if you are trying to reach a particular audience, again, you have to be intentional about it. You cannot say that I created this program for young people between the ages of 18 to 25, and it is going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, and end at 5 p.m. I'm not going to give them any food. I'm not going to give them any way to get here. and expect to have a full audience. That's not realistic. And then at the end of the day, you don't meet your goal. And the organization that funded you is wondering, why did I give you all this money? What do you do with it? And so if you have to cut back on something else, maybe you can't do so much printing, maybe you can't have equipment, maybe it's just you speaking to them in a room, in a classroom somewhere, so that you can give them the resources they need to show up in that room.
And that is such an important point, because we must remember people respond to incentives. So what are you incentivizing them with? It might not always be monetary incentives, but I believe, and it might not sound politically correct, but there is some sort of exploitation of youth where it's mainly give us your time. You don't have any resources, you don't have the wherewithal to do this, but give us your time for experience sake. We have to understand that we are at a particular time where things are hard. Inflation is a valid thing to just take into consideration, right? So try and understand what youths are really going through and see how best we can include them in policy making and decision changes.
Well, and I do agree that, we can incentivize a lot of things, but incentives shouldn't always be monetary. I believe that when you're inviting young person to capacity building trainings and stuff, within itself, that is an incentive. But you can also have, let's say, certificates of participation, stuff that you can actually put on a resume that when they go into various spaces to apply for jobs and stuff, it shows that they have some capacity in the area. Give them a $5,000, by the end of the day, that's done. What happens after that?
So my issue is, after saying that youths are the future, it's not because youths are the now, because they are the now. It's because I've seen countless times where youth have not been given enough opportunities to capitalize on the future that we are hearing about, that the future that we need to be acquired. We're not getting anything on that. And that is what motivates me as a youth to share opportunities to over 4,000 youths and students across Jamaica at the University of the West Indies, different universities in Jamaica, and youth across Jamaica, high school students and different students, to give them a chance, because youth might want to get involved, but not in a static way, if I may say. They want to be involved. They could be a social advocate, using social media to advocate, because we are in the digital age. There's different ways youth can now use different ways and tools to benefit and include other people in the space, and also highlight certain issues in the space. You don't have to be a youth leader alone. You don't have to be a youth advocate alone. It can be other things. There's other ways that you can get involved. That's why I shared opportunities for students to also get involved in our society, Jamaica. And I was highlighted by that by the Caribbean, United Nations and UNESCO in the Caribbean for my work that would help youths and students find opportunities to get scholarships, internships, and also pursue other routes so they can get the best university experience and also the best youth experience possible, because we have to provide the avenue for them.
Yes, absolutely. I hear you saying that we're not supposed to be chasing after the future, but really living in the present and mobilizing those necessary resources to ensure that youth are included in.
Also, they could be a climate activist, like you have been saying.
Yes, absolutely. And I remember when we were talking before we started the forum, you said also that youth used to be attached to perhaps a political organization or some community groups, and you would have to wait until those groups are ready to activate and create the change that you want to see. But you're saying no longer that is happening. You are the one who is stepping forth and creating those organizations to effect the changes that you want to see.
I would have done that recently, where I would have started with over 800 students and youths at first, sharing opportunities. I would have taken up myself, built my own platform, and helped students and youth in any way that I can. You don't have to wait on an organization to recognize your greatness. You don't have to wait on anyone to recognize your greatness. You are youth. Use the resources that are at hand. Social media is a powerful resource. We have the tools at hand. If our former generations, our parents, did have those tools, they would be better than us right now. So we have to take advantage of the tools that are presented to us now as youths.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just to also ask, in your different organizations and your communities, how have you been advocating or working to foster this inclusiveness that we're talking about?
I'll go. So at We Change, we are youth-led, but we do engage our elders, those who have come before us in the struggle that we are also in. We try to learn from them, and I think that's a very important part of making sure that we are going in the right direction. You know, you have these conversations with persons that come before you, and there's again a disconnect of what they would have done, what you're doing, what they would do differently, and you try to take out what it is that makes sense, and you go with that. And I was able to also get that opportunity from the Shiro's Academy, where you heard from your elders, you heard about the work that they've been doing and their journey and their path, and how you want to learn from it, how you might do something differently. You speak to them, you say, you know, do you think that this is a good idea? Or we did this, what did you think about it? How do you think it resonated? What would you have done differently? So fostering conversations between those who've come before us, we that are in it now, and those who are coming up as well. There has to be a passing on of information. As you said, education, as Jada said, education is important, but it's not just something you learn in a classroom. You need life experiences, which you get from persons who are doing the work.
Yes, and I love the fact that you indicate that whilst the elders would have charted a path, it is youth who are leading youth-led activities. Absolutely.
So at Equality Youth, our focus is just to advocate for all youth, but our specific mandate is for LGBT young people. So what we've realized is, as an organization that does advocacy work, we thought it was time for young persons to actually advocate for themselves. So what we're currently doing now is we have a year-long social justice project, where we provide young people, queer young people, with tools, with capacity building activities, internships, where they pretty much get the opportunity to advocate for themselves, learn certain skills, have access to resources where they can advocate for themselves, advocate for whatever specific group they're attached to.
Okay. At Talkapi, you know that we are one of the main drivers for youth inclusivity and just speaking up and just making youth voice known, right? We have worked with different programs, youth across Jamaica, and just to present their voices on topics that are considered taboo, hearing their voices, hearing how we can effect change in society. We have done that through a myriad of platforms, and we're continuing to reach out to the policymakers, let them hear, whether it's MPs, whether it is the different heads of government, how can youth be involved and how can youth make a change? So we have been doing that, and on a personal level, I've also helped students who are desirous of pursuing a tertiary education to gain scholarships. I know for a fact that I couldn't go to university without a scholarship, right? So just paying it forward, not giving back, but paying it forward because it's the future. Jamal?
I believe that youth should always be at the forefront, because we're here now, we're going to take over pretty soon. So we
pretty soon, or have you taken over already?
I'm taken over, but everybody have a different stage in. What I realize with youth, we're at different stages in life. What I realize, opportunities now for youth should be meeting everybody at their stage. So if you're coming from an inner city, if you're coming from a different area, provide opportunities for them. Don't provide opportunities that is going to limit them to, like, for example, if you're a rural youth, you're going to limit me from getting opportunities as a rural youth because I'm not in Kingston. That can affect me, that can affect my decision making into policies that the government would use, that can affect me as a youth because you're saying my voice doesn't matter because I live in the rural area. My voice do matter, and that brings back to the topic of representation. We need that in our society. And also we need to move away from tokenistic behavior. We need to have youths there and also listen to youths, because I've been to a lot of consultations and I haven't seen the execution of what they were planning to do. So I'm trying to see what's going on. I'm not saying that they're not doing what they're supposed to do, but also include us on the execution if that's the case. Have youths be there at every foundation. Give youths a voice, give youths something that they can volunteer to. Even as our fellow colleague would have said about a certificate, that would strengthen your LinkedIn profile, that would strengthen your resume, that would give you a up, because people care about your experience. It's not just about networking as well as youth. It's not about, and also please do not limit youth because they don't have their degree as yet, or they have their educational background, or they don't have the CXC that we glorify in Jamaica. And also, please revamp skills, because persons thinking that skills is not crucial. It's very crucial. And I think Jamaica probably have problems with skills right now. It's at our all-time low because persons are having issues with adapting to skills. It's not everybody is going to attract to education.
There's a high stigma. Yeah.
Yes.
You want to weigh in on that? Yes. Skills is seen as on, lower on the totem pole as opposed to academic qualifications and services as well. So it brings to the fore, I'm actually hearing volunteerism, I'm hearing skills also being an entry point for young people in some of these organizations. So when you send out a call for applications, you look for the most qualified person who has the masters and the CXCs and all the academic qualifications. So it begs the question, to what extent are we including skills as one of those priority areas for young people to enter some of these organizations? You want to weigh in here, Sean?
I think it starts with the educational system. For a lot of high schools, there's a lot of emphasis placed on subjects and not skills. So the high school that I went to, I will not call it, we didn't have much hands-on technical kind of stuff. It was all about the subjects. It was all about getting the tape. But I believe a lot of the things that would have been taught at other schools, so let us say like the less traditional, the non-traditional high schools, would have helped me. So for the other day, we were doing a little thing, and I literally couldn't climb a ladder. Yes, I couldn't climb a ladder. And, if they had been teaching stuff like woodwork or probably like metalwork, probably I could have done a little thing. Probably I could change a tire. I don't know how to do that, but if I were to read a book, how to change a tire, I could read it and tell you back. Yeah. So I think as it relates to skills development, we need to place a lot of emphasis on that and also provide it to our young people.
And you raise a very important point there. There needs to be a paradigm shift from just thinking that you have to be solely academic based in order to enter a certain sector of society. So we hear from time to time a number of ministers indicating that we do not have this skill set in Jamaica. But then when the young people present with these skill set and don't have the academics behind it, that is also a barrier for entry in many of these organizations.
So at We Change, we are volunteer-based. We send out calls for volunteers all the time. We try to bring them into our team meetings. We try to separate them into different categories, depending on what they're interested in. So it starts with their interest and how much time they have that they can give us. And then we see what they're capable of. So if you are interested in communications, are you able to write? Are you able to help us change some long-form report into more bite-sized, easily digestible information that your persons in your community are better able to understand? That is also a skill, right? Being able to relate to other people. So we look at what it is that you are good at, what it is that you're interested in, because that is where you're going to put your efforts and your passion. In terms of skills and the way that we educate our communities, you know, we have this issue where persons, they go to university and they come out and we cannot find a job because you want 12 years experience and we just left school. What do you mean? That's a barrier. And it's not just a barrier for youth. More specifically, it is a barrier for youth from, as we said, these inner city communities. They don't have the connections. They don't have anybody to say, I know that this person can do this job. Give them a chance. We know persons from middle-class societies, higher societies, they have those connections of, this is my friend, this is my daughter, give them a chance. We don't have anybody advocating for certain communities in that way. And so that's where organizations like ours come in. We give these persons a chance to show us what they can do, and then we can then present them to other persons and say, this is somebody who can be valuable to your organization, and they can go up that way.
Go ahead, Sean. At Equality Youth, one of the things that we do is, one of the activities is that we try to get our young people involved with policymakers and decision makers. So we go to the parliament, and we try to have the young people speak to themselves. I don't want to be the person to be saying, boy, this is what she wants, this is what he... No, you speak, you have the opportunity now, use it to talk to these persons, let them know what your issues are, let them know what you think the solution should be, and want to work it out. I'm just here to probably just supervise you.
Supervise the process. So even putting young people in positions of leadership. Because we know that age sometimes cloud the judgment that you are not capable because I am older than you. And so because of my seniority, you as a young person, you are not capable of coming in to share with me the avenues that I could take, which could lead to a better outcome.
Age where people believe that youth should be seen and not heard, we need to get rid of that.
Get rid of that. Yes. All right, so go ahead.
It's a large part of it. So teaching youth, you know, if you want to form your own organization, this is how you go about it. You have an opinion you want to write to the editor, this is how you write a letter to the editor. You want to go through this document and make a presentation to Parliament, again, this is how you show them how to do it, so that when these issues come up, they're not waiting for you to come and engage them. They have the tools to do it themselves.
Absolutely. All right, so before we go into our final segment, we would have asked for 3 recommendations, but in the interest of time, could you share 1 or 2 recommendations that you have for the United Nations to involve youth as partners in its work? So we heard some of it before, but we want to be very clear to say to the United Nations, these are some of the recommendations that we're putting forward, which we're asking you to consider in order to engage youth.
I would say my recommendation is going to be very simple, and I will focus on the issue that I've always seen. So I want us to remove the labels of unattached and also at-risk youths, and also revamped it and just call us youth, because you're not seeing persons from different areas, high-level areas, being called anything other than youth. So just give us our voice back. Just make we feel safe in the space. Because if youth from that area or youth from a certain areas that were given strong opportunities, I'm not saying that they weren't given strong opportunities, but opportunities that can build them, like capacity building and so on, and also give them youth advocate roles that they can really get into, not just because you're looking for a well-spoken person, yes. or someone that can fit into your narrative, but get someone, just give us a chance. Give us a chance, and just revamp that image and give us a chance, because you're always hearing that about inner city youth. Inner city youth. You're not hearing about youth advocate, the next prime minister, the next person who is going to be great in society. You're always hearing at risk and attached. Always sending a message to me. You always need help. You always need somebody there to fix your issues, rather than you there to fix your own issues. And not saying that they don't need your help, but also do it from an approach that they can also help themselves.
Absolutely. Certainly. And that presents a barrier for entry again, because if you are labeling me as an unattached youth, as a youth at risk, you are already clouding the judgment of persons around you in this space.
Yes, most definitely. And as Jamal would have mentioned, giving youths the resources and toolkits that they need to also just enact change for themselves is very important. And what I'd also add is the longevity of programs. Many times we'll do something for 3 months and we don't follow back up. How did this really affect you? Did you have any suggestions for that? How can you go forward and also spread the knowledge of what you've learned to other persons? Because you might not be able to engage everybody, but how in engaging one person from the inner city and having different representatives, how can you ensure that they go back and advocate on behalf of the rest of the youth? I think that's important.
That's important. So not just engaging you, but really following through.
All right, so my thing is this. I think the UN specifically could be a little bit more flexible as it relates to entry criteria for young people who want to volunteer. Every time there's a post, CXC, Cape. What about the young man who probably just want to build a house in Spanish Town? You know? Give us certain flexibility to showcase the skills that we have that isn't necessarily book-related.
Academically.
Right.
It's a variety of opportunities.
Yes.
One thing that I did like was the Shearers Academy, being able to hear from and engage with persons older than ourselves doing the work, because oftentimes you don't know where to start, you don't know how to think about this really big problem. You don't think it's approachable. And so hearing from persons who have approached it is very helpful. But also to be very intentional with, I think this is something we're all saying, be very intentional with who you're engaging, where these youth are coming from, the issues that you're engaging them on. Try to find out what it is that is really worrying them, what it is that they are really trying to tackle. Right, we come with our own agendas and we don't really think of how that fits into their daily lives and their own struggles. So listen to youth, try to see from their point of view what it is that is really pressing, what is the pressing issue for them. And again, we might have a conversation and it seems surface level, but you dig a little deeper and you realize, okay, this is actually a structural issue that we can attack together.
All right, so we've heard quite a few things today. I'll throw out to our audience on the floor. Do you have any questions for our panelists? We'll only, unfortunately, be able to take one in the interest of time. So you're you are the lucky one.
Thank you. So it's actually a recommendation for the UN. We've heard a conversation. Youth need access to resources. And as someone who is a leader in a youth organization, funding to provide access to resources for other young persons within various communities, it's hard, it's difficult. From time to time, we'll see various grant proposals being put out or calls, but it's always in alignment to you being a part of an established organization that's not youth-led. So I'm here thinking, okay, we know the problem, lack of access to resources. UN is here with access, can provide funding. So why not offer an opportunity for youth-led organizations to get grants that are designed specifically for us, so that we can then embark on these various initiatives and projects that are needed, because we've seen the problems and we've identified possible solutions, but we need assistance to bridge that gap, to mobilize the resources to the people in the communities, because as we've heard them say on the podium, if the persons are identified in need of help or in various communities that are far outside of Kingston, how are then we as young people to find the money to get a bus, to pay, to bring them to the training that we're trying to host in a place that needs money to pay for the rental, to get camera people to come and set up, to pay Tony to come and sign because we're trying to be inclusive. Yes, so it will, if you can definitely make the project proposals more simple so that we can actually understand it, and just provide that opportunity so that we can have access to funding to execute and design our future.
Absolutely. So as we close, I'm going to share some salient points which I've heard from our panelists this afternoon. The first is removing labels that relates to unattached or saying at-risk youth. The other thing is providing equal opportunities for young people, fostering that equal opportunity, give opportunities to capitalize not only on the future, but talk about the present. We are not placeholders. Young people are saying we are not just there to tick the box because we have donor funding. We need to be meaningfully engaged from the stage of ideation all the way through to the project management cycle. We ought to be engaged. Volunteering is something I heard that spoke loudly in the room this afternoon as well. And a big one, we're talking about inclusivity, but have we really, in this century, redefined what inclusivity means for young people? Again, using technology to amplify youth voice. And lastly, we have a UN Youth 2030 strategy. We ought to localize that for it to make sense and mean something for youth in Jamaica. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for joining us. I want to thank Mr. Jamel Brown, Mr. Sean Lord, Dave and Moses, and Miss Jada Powell. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
I have been your moderator for this afternoon. I'm Carrie Ann Willis, and do have yourself a wonderful afternoon.
Coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
The challenge that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room.
We are the union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool. We boom and cut school.
If we get the money, come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in a face so we're not saying sorry.
We cut and go through. If we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep the street and me not push no room.
Cause I bear bad things in a detention room. Bear bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room.
You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram. So who tell us that we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. Go get me a little water.
And me want a bag juice.
Hurry up.
I can sit next to you?
Sure.
I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, me gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, me gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you, you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, no one who, for frightened.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up the thing, you know.
So that me a talk about my you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, me know what kind of business on the inner.
Yo, Michael, what I'm to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know where your man a do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. You are telling me say the expensive hair me by you. You know like them things eh? You are going like saying know where this come from, you know. Yeah, what? Me have some important calls to make, Zane.
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people. Come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, in come election, I know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living. Money you have to make the real way. What am I say?
Money have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I say if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I see this bullying thing is a survival thing, you understand?
Yo, it's a gangster living is a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live.
That's not for me.
No, me can't live so.
Be the change.
Being a change, take responsibility now.
Making a choice. Be bold and use your voice. We're tired of the bullying, this scamming and all. Real gangster living, no make it at all.
Oh no. No.
No, oh no. Make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much-needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program. Since COVID, we have scaled down because the students are not here. But whatever we produce now, community members would purchase, and when teachers come in from time to time, they would also purchase these things. We have not put in back any chickens since COVID, except for when we had students coming back for SBA, then we had to do a batch of birds. And of course, we sold those to community members. But before that, last Christmas, December, we also did packages for our students, and so they also got chickens and whatever else we had on the farm at that time. So whatever we earned, as much as is possible, we used it back on the farm, and some goes into our cash reserve. So with the support from FAO and 4-H under the Homegrown Agricultural Program, we have benefited from a 1,000-gallon black drum and fittings and drip hose. This has helped us immensely because where we are located in Southwest St. Elizabeth, it is rather on the dry plains of St. Elizabeth. So you came this afternoon, we got rains, and we're grateful for that. But under the normal circumstances, the times are very dry and hot. And so with the assistance where we can just fill our drum, turn it on to water when we want to, when we have our seedlings planted, it will ensure that we have vegetables at all times. Our students are from the lower socioeconomic families, and they usually depend on us for food. 5 days per week, we usually cook for them. And we know that if we have it from our farm, we can take it to them. We know where to find them.
The United Nations is the product of hope. hope and resolve following the Second World War to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. But United Nations was made for moments like these. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. By working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequalities, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction to fossil fuels and kick-starting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensure human rights for all. As we mark UN Day, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity.
Hi, I'm Gary Keneal, the UN Resident Coordinator here in Jamaica. The UN country team is proud to have supported the completion of Jamaica's voluntary national review under the committed leadership of the government of Jamaica. I want to first thank the team of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and its Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry, for their strategic engagement as together we track Jamaica's implementation and progress towards Agenda 2030. Building on our strong partnership with the PIOJ, the UN country team with RCO leadership worked closely with government to consult, agree, and define the needs for the VNR. With guidance from the Planning Institute, Jamaica's VNR has been enriched with an assessment on the impact of COVID-19 on social protection, tourism, education, and the labor markets, with digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. It contains dedicated chapters of review on SDGs 2, 13, 14, and SDG 15. It includes a thematic report on strengthening the corporate social responsibility framework for the SDGs in Jamaica, as well as an assessment of Jamaica's alignment with the SDGs and recommendations for strengthening local SDG action. The final VNR document, strongly guided by the vision of the Jamaican government, reflects the most up-to-date body of evidence and socioeconomic progress in areas such as climate change development and impacts, the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, as well as efforts to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of Earth. With UN support, this SDG tracking process was also able to embody the views of Jamaican youth through insightful consultations conducted with young people. The end product is a document that we are all extremely proud of. I am particularly happy that the RCO was able to coordinate in its preparation and that we were able to support and ensure that the voices from many different stakeholders, including young Jamaicans, private sector, government, and NGOs, often left behind, are reflected in this report and will be heard at this year's high-level political forum. With the government of Jamaica, we are planning for nationwide dissemination of this VNR through, among many channels, the national launch of a new web-based SDG platform. And in this way, we hope to further inspire and coalesce public engagement around the SDGs. Global events continue to challenge our resolve. This is the time to release the accelerator on our path towards the SDGs. With real commitment, the right policies and investment, strong partnerships, we can make significant progress towards the SDGs. This will, of course, require sharing best practices and challenges as well as lessons learned, so that all countries around the world can strengthen policies and institutions and mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships. The VNR offers the opportunity to do so. The UN country team, under my leadership, stands ready to work closely with Jamaica and its partners to build and accelerate its progress towards achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all my doctors them.
Thank you, nurse.
Thanks to the teachers.
Big up the sanitation worker them.
Thank all of you guys.
Thank you.
Big up all of the frontline worker them.
Them deserve a thanks.
Big up the police force. Thanks to the soldier them.
Big up for the fisherman them and the farmer. Saying every time.
Thank you to all the frontline workers responding to COVID-19 and keeping the Jamaican economy alive. From your efforts, Jamaica will recover and build forward better. We salute you, our heroes on the front line. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations. But SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
Challenges that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Tension room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Tension room.
We are the union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool. We're a boom and cut school.
If we get the money, come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face, so we're not sorry.
We cut and go through. If we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street and me not push no room.
Cause I beer bad things in a detention room. Beer bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Tension.
You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram. So who tell us that we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. Go get me a little water.
I may want a bag juice.
Hurry up. I can sit next to you?
Sure. I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, I'm gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, I'm gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you, you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, no one who, for frighten.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up thing, you know.
So that me a talk about my you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, me know what kind of business you know in there.
Yo, my God, what I'm to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know where your man a do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. You tell me say the expensive hair me by you. You know like them things eh? You are going like saying you know where this come from, you know. Yeah, one. I have some important calls to make, Zane.
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people, come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, it come like she don't know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living. Money you have to make the real way. Yeah. What am I say?
Money I have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I say if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I actually this bullying thing is a survival thing, you understand?
Yo, it's a gangster living, it's a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live.
That's not for me.
No, me can't live so.
Be the change.
Being a change, take responsibility now.
Making a choice. Be bold and use your voice. We're tired of the bullying, this scamming and all. Real gangster living, no make it at all. Oh no.
No.
No. Oh no. Make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much-needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program. Since COVID, we have scaled down because the students are not here. But whatever we produce now, community members would purchase, and when teachers come in from time to time, they would also purchase these things. We have not put in back any chickens since COVID, except for when we had students coming back for SBA, then we had to do a batch of birds. And of course, we sold those to community members. But before that, last Christmas, December, we also did packages for our students, and so they also got chickens and whatever else we had on the farm at that time. So whatever we earned, as much as is possible, we used it back on the farm, and some goes into our cash reserve. So with the support from FAO and 4-H under the homegrown agricultural program, we have benefited from a 1,000-gallon black drum and fittings and drip hose. This has helped us immensely because where we are located in Southwest St. Elizabeth, it is rather on the dry plains of St. Elizabeth. So you came this afternoon, we got rains, and we're grateful for that. But under the normal circumstances, the times are very dry and hot. And so with the assistance where we can just fill our drum, turn it on to water when we want to, when we have our seedlings planted, it will ensure that we have vegetables at all times. Our students are from the lower socioeconomic families, and they usually depend on us for food. 5 days per week, we usually cook for them. And we know that if we have it from our farm, we can take it to them. We know where to find them.
The United Nations is the product of hope. The hope and resolve following the Second World War to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. But the United Nations was made for moments like these. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. by working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequalities, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction to fossil fuels and kickstarting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensure human rights for all. As we mark UN Day, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity.
Hi, I'm Gary Canillo, the UN Resident Coordinator here in Jamaica. The UN country team is proud to have supported the completion of Jamaica's voluntary national review under the committed leadership of the government of Jamaica. I want to first thank the team of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and its Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry, for their strategic engagement as together we track Jamaica's implementation and progress towards Agenda 2030. Building on our strong partnership with the PIOJ, the UN country team with RCO leadership worked closely with government to consult, agree, and define the needs for the VNR. With guidance from the Planning Institute, Jamaica's VNR has been enriched with an assessment on the impact of COVID-19 on social protection, tourism, education, and the labor markets, with digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. It contains dedicated chapters of review on SDGs 2, 13, 14, and SDG 15. It includes a thematic report on strengthening the corporate social responsibility framework for the SDGs in Jamaica, as well as an assessment of Jamaica's alignment with the SDGs and recommendations for strengthening local SDG action. The final VNR document, strongly guided by the vision of the Jamaican government, reflects the most up-to-date body of evidence and socioeconomic progress in areas such as climate change development and impacts, the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, as well as efforts to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of Earth. With UN support, this SDG tracking process was also able to embody the views of Jamaican youth through insightful consultations conducted with young people. The end product is a document that we are all extremely proud of. I am particularly happy that the RCO was able to coordinate in its preparation and that we were able to support and ensure that the voices from many different stakeholders, including young Jamaicans, private sector, government, and NGOs, often left behind, are reflected in this report and will be heard at this year's high-level political forum. With the government of Jamaica, we are planning for nationwide dissemination of this VNR through, among many channels, the national launch of a new web-based SDG platform. And in this way, we hope to further inspire and coalesce public engagement around the SDGs. Global events continue to challenge our resolve. This is the time to release the accelerator on our path towards the SDGs. With real commitment, the right policies and investment, strong partnerships, we can make significant progress towards the SDGs. This will, of course, require sharing best practices and challenges, as well as lessons learned, so that all countries around the world can strengthen policies and institutions and mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships. The VNR offers the opportunity to do so. The UN country team, under my leadership, stands ready to work closely with Jamaica and its partners to build and accelerate its progress towards achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all my doctors them.
Thank you, nurse.
Thanks to the teachers.
Big up the sanitation worker them.
Thank all of you guys.
Thank you.
Big up all of the frontline worker them.
Them deserve a thanks.
Big up the police force. Thanks to the soldier them.
Big up for the fisherman them and the farmer. Saying every time.
Thank you to all the frontline workers responding to COVID-19 and keeping the Jamaican economy alive. From your efforts, Jamaica will recover and build forward better. We salute you our heroes on the front line. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations, but SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
The challenge that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. We are the union.
crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool when we boom and cut school.
Hope we get the money come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face so we're not saying sorry.
Who cut and go through if we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street and me not push no room. Cause I bear bad things in a detention room. Bear bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention. You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram.
So who tell us so we are friends?
You know, say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. Go get me a little water.
I may want a bag juice.
Hurry up.
I can sit next to you?
Sure.
I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, me gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, me gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, no one who, for frighten.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up thing, you know.
So that me a talk about my you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, we know what kind of business or no in there.
Yo, my God, want to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know where your man a do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. You are telling me say the expensive hair me by you. You know like them things eh? You are going like saying know where this come from, you know. Yeah, one. I have some important calls to make, Zane.
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people. Come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, it come like she don't know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living. Money you have to make the real way. Yeah. What am I say?
Money have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I say if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I have seen this bullying thing. It's a survival thing, you understand?
Yo, it's a gangster living is a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live.
That's not funny.
No, me can't live so.
Be the change. Be the change. Take responsibility now.
Making a choice. Be bold and use your voice.
Hey,
we're tired of the bullying, this scamming and all. Real gangster living, no make it at all.
Oh no. No.
No, oh no. Make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much-needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program. Since COVID, we have scaled down because the students are not here. But whatever we produce now, community members would purchase, and when teachers come in from time to time, they would also purchase these things. We have not put in back any chickens since COVID, except for when we had students coming back for SBA, then we had to do a batch of birds. And of course, we sold those to community members. But before that, last Christmas, December, we also did packages for our students, and so they also got chickens and whatever else we had on the farm at that time. So whatever we earned, as much as is possible, we used it back on the farm, and some goes into our cash reserve. So with the support from FAO and 4-H under the homegrown agricultural program, we have benefited from a 1,000-gallon black drum and fittings and drip hose. This has helped us immensely because where we are located in Southwest St. Elizabeth, it is rather on the dry plains of St. Elizabeth. So you came this afternoon, we got rains, and we're grateful for that. But under the normal circumstances, the times are very dry and hot. And so with the assistance where we can just fill our drum, turn it on to water when we want to, when we have our seedlings planted, it will ensure that we have vegetables at all times. Our students are from the lower socioeconomic families, and they usually depend on us for food. 5 days per week, we usually cook for them. And we know that if we have it from our farm, we can take it to them. We know where to find them.
The United Nations is the product of hope. The hope and resolve following the Second World War to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. But the United Nations was made for moments like these. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. By working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequalities, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction to fossil fuels and kick-starting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensure human rights for all. As we mark UN Day, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity.
Hi, I'm Gary Keneal, the UN Resident Coordinator here in Jamaica. The UN country team is proud to have supported the completion of Jamaica's voluntary national review under the committed leadership of the government of Jamaica. I want to first thank the team of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and its Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry, for their strategic engagement as together we track Jamaica's implementation and progress towards Agenda 2030. Building on our strong partnership with the PIOJ, the UN country team with RCO leadership worked closely with government to consult, agree, and define the needs for the VNR. With guidance from the Planning Institute, Jamaica's VNR has been enriched with an assessment on the impact of COVID-19 on social protection, tourism, education, and the labor markets, with digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. It contains dedicated chapters of review on SDGs 2, 13, 14, and SDG 15. It includes a thematic report on strengthening the corporate social responsibility framework for the SDGs in Jamaica, as well as an assessment of Jamaica's alignment with the SDGs and recommendations for strengthening local SDG action. The final VNR document, strongly guided by the vision of the Jamaican government, reflects the most up-to-date body of evidence and socioeconomic progress in areas such as climate change development and impacts, the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, as well as efforts to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of Earth. With UN support, this SDG tracking process was also able to embody the views of Jamaican youth through insightful consultations conducted with young people. The end product is a document that we are all extremely proud of. I am particularly happy that the RCO was able to coordinate in its preparation and that we were able to support and ensure that the voices from many different stakeholders, including young Jamaicans, private sector, government, and NGOs, often left behind, are reflected in this report and will be heard at this year's high-level political forum. With the government of Jamaica, we are planning for nationwide dissemination of this VNR through, among many channels, the national launch of a new web-based SDG platform. And in this way, we hope to further inspire and coalesce public engagement around the SDGs. Global events continue to challenge our resolve. This is the time to release the accelerator on our path towards the SDGs. With real commitment, the right policies and investment, strong partnerships, we can make significant progress towards the SDGs. This will, of course, require sharing best practices
See? Every time.
Thank you to all the frontline workers responding to COVID-19 and keeping the Jamaican economy alive. From your efforts, Jamaica will recover and build forward better. We salute you, our heroes on the front line. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations, but SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
The challenge that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room.
We are the union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool or we boom and cut school.
If we get the money come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face so we're not saying sorry.
We cut and go through if we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street and me not push no room. Cause I beer bad things in a detention room. Beer bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention. You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram. So who tell us that we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. Go get me a little water.
I may want a bag juice.
Hurry up. I can sit next to you?
Sure. I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, I'm gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, I'm gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, know who, for frighten.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up thing, you know.
So that me a talk about my you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, we know what kind of business you know in there.
Yo, my God, what I'm to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know where your man a do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. You tell me say the expensive hair me by you. You know like them things eh? You are going like saying know where this come from, you know. Yeah, one. I have some important calls to make, Zane.
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people. Come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, it come like she don't know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living. Money you have to make the real way. Yeah. What am I say?
Money have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I say if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I actually this bullying thing is a survival thing, you understand?
Yo, it's a gangster living is a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live.
That's not for me.
No, me can't live so.
Be the change.
Being the change, take responsibility now.
Making a choice. Be bold and use your voice. We're tired of the bullying, this scamming and all. Real gangster living, no make it at all. Oh no. 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 Oh no. Make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much-needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program. Since COVID, we have scaled down because the students are not here. But whatever we produce now, community members would purchase, and when teachers come in from time to time, they would also purchase these things. We have not put in back any chickens since COVID, except for when we had students coming back for SBA, then we had to do a batch of birds. And of course, we sold those to community members. But before that, last Christmas, December, we also did packages for our students, and so they also got chickens and whatever else we had on the farm at that time. So whatever we earned, as much as is possible, we used it back on the farm, and some goes into our cash reserve. So with the support from FAO and 4-H under the homegrown agricultural program, we have benefited from a 1,000-gallon black drum and fittings and drip hose. This has helped us immensely because where we are located in Southwest St. Elizabeth, it is rather on the dry plains of St. Elizabeth. So you came this afternoon, we got rains, and we're grateful for that. But under the normal circumstances, the times are very dry and hot. And so with the assistance where we can just fill our drum, turn it on to water when we want to, when we have our seedlings planted, it will ensure that we have vegetables at all times. Our students are from the lower socioeconomic families, and they usually depend on us for food. 5 days per week, we usually cook for them. And we know that if we have it from our farm, we can take it to them. We know where to find them.
The United Nations is the product of hope. The hope and resolve following the Second World War to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. But the United Nations was made for moments like these. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. by working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequalities, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction to fossil fuels and kickstarting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensure human rights for all. As we mark UN Day, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity.
Hi, I'm Gary Canillo, the UN Resident Coordinator here in Jamaica. The UN country team is proud to have supported the completion of Jamaica's voluntary national review under the committed leadership of the government of Jamaica. I want to first thank the team of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and its Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry, for their strategic engagement as together we track Jamaica's implementation and progress towards Agenda 2030. Building on our strong partnership with the PIOJ, the UN country team with RCO leadership worked closely with government to consult, agree, and define the needs for the VNR. With guidance from the Planning Institute, Jamaica's VNR has been enriched with an assessment on the impact of COVID-19 on social protection, tourism, education, and the labor markets, with digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. It contains dedicated chapters of review on SDGs 2, 13, 14, and SDG 15. It includes a thematic report on strengthening the corporate social responsibility framework for the SDGs in Jamaica, as well as an assessment of Jamaica's alignment with the SDGs and recommendations for strengthening local SDG action. The final VNR document, strongly guided by the vision of the Jamaican government, reflects the most up-to-date body of evidence and socioeconomic progress in areas such as climate change development and impacts, the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, as well as efforts to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of Earth. With UN support, this SDG tracking process was also able to embody the views of Jamaican youth through insightful consultations conducted with young people. The end product is a document that we are all extremely proud of. I am particularly happy that the RCO was able to coordinate in its preparation and that we were able to support and ensure that the voices from many different stakeholders, including young Jamaicans, private sector, government, and NGOs, often left behind, are reflected in this report and will be heard at this year's high-level political forum. With the government of Jamaica, we are planning for nationwide dissemination of this VNR through, among many channels, the national launch of a new web-based SDG platform. And in this way, we hope to further inspire and coalesce public engagement around the SDGs. Global events continue to challenge our resolve. This is the time to release the accelerator on our path towards the SDGs. With real commitment, the right policies and investment, strong partnerships, we can make significant progress towards the SDGs. This will, of course, require sharing best practices and challenges, as well as lessons learned, so that all countries around the world can strengthen policies and institutions and mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships. The VNR offers the opportunity to do so. The UN country team, under my leadership, stands ready to work closely with Jamaica and its partners to build and accelerate its progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all my doctors them.
Thank you, nurse.
Thanks to the teachers.
Big up the sanitation worker them.
Thank all of you guys.
Thank you.
Big up all of the frontline worker them.
Them deserve a thanks.
Big up the police force. Thanks to the soldier them.
Big up for the fisherman them and the farmer. Saying every time.
Thank you to all the frontline workers responding to COVID-19 and keeping the Jamaican economy alive. From your efforts, Jamaica will recover and build forward better. We salute you our heroes on the front line. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations, but SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
The challenge that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
No things are going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. No things are going in a detention room. Detention room. No things are going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. No things are going in a detention room. Detention room. We are the unit.
union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool when we boom and cut school.
Hope we get the money come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face so we're not saying sorry.
Who cut and go through if we get rich soon?
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street and me not push no room. Cause I bear bad things in a detention room. Bear bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention.
You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram. So who tell us so we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting on Instagram because you're not ready yet?
You're not ready
and
yet.
That's a number one. As a matter of fact, boom boom, I'm thirsty. Go get me a little water.
I may want a bag juice.
Hurry up.
I can sit next to you?
Sure.
I want to him. Omar, I want to you.
Yo, I'm gonna kill myself, you know, man.
What you say? You're gonna take your precious life because of them two bully there, eh?
Alright, I'm gonna tie them up one and kill them.
Then that makes sense to you, Omar? Eh? Come again, man. That makes sense to you?
I sure nobody no trouble you, you know. Them afraid of your mother?
No. Them not afraid of me, nor my mother, but I am a strong girl and me not take foolishness. And furthermore, Duppy, no one who, for frighten.
That easy for you, say.
Omar, come and talk to you.
Yo, Sean, the detention room, you mash up the thing, you know. So that me a talk about my you know we have whole heap of business to take care of on the road.
Yeah, man, we know what kind of business or no in there.
Yo, my God, what to you? You always go like you want to come spoil up my thing.
You need to do better, that's all me I tell you.
Do better, that's you say?
Yes, do better.
So you don't think the whole school know where your man a do?
Well, wipe the beam out of your eye first.
Yeah, and you wipe the beam out of your man eye.
You know say you embarrass me in that school, yeah?
So we are try say I know Empress. You are telling me say the expensive hair me by you. You know like them things eh? You are going like saying know where this come from, you know. You want? I have some important calls to make, see?
This scamming, this bullying, and this loan sharking people, come on, do better, man.
Yo, up to the girl, yeah, man. Yo, it come like she don't know what this thing really is about, you know.
You don't know what this education thing is really about.
Oh, all right. This thing is about making a living. Money you have to make the real way. Yeah. What am I say?
Money have to make the real way.
Yeah.
I say if you have money have to make, scamming have to go on. The real way.
Yeah. I see this bullying thing is a survival thing, you understand?
Yo, it's a gangster living, it's a survival thing. And me can't survive without my tribe. Yeah?
Guys, I saw no really want to live.
That's not funny.
No, me can't live so.
Be the change. Be the change. Take responsibility now.
Making a choice. Be bold and use your voice.
Hey, yeah.
We're tired of the bullying, this scamming and all. We can't start living, no make it at all.
Oh no. No.
No, oh no. Make a choice.
In Jamaica, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the Jamaica 4-H clubs, is supporting 12 schools to rehabilitate their school gardens. Under the Homegrown School Feeding Program, school meal programs have been linked to local food production. Schools under the program are benefiting from a range of irrigation and production kits and technical guidance to maintain their school gardens. These gardens are a source of fresh fruits and vegetables that help to meet the food and nutrition needs of students. Since the onset of COVID-19, as many schools have remained closed and students have not benefited from the provision of school meals, schools like Newell High School in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, continue to ensure that their school gardens remain active and can provide students and communities with much needed local produce. FAO and the Jamaica 4-H clubs are helping some of these schools to ensure that students and community members remain food secure and are able to access locally grown food to promote healthier diets. By rehabilitating and maintaining school gardens, we are helping to create a more inclusive and resilient agri-food system so that we can have better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for all.
My name is Audrey Ellington, principal of the Newell High School in Southwest St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. In our school garden, we grow mainly vegetables. We have callaloo, corn, pak choy, sweet pepper, hot pepper. We also do escallion, and at times we do cabbage and beetroot. Before COVID, for our school garden, the students would have gotten the chickens to eat. At one time, we also had layers, and so that assisted in our breakfast program, where we usually produce breakfast in the mornings for our students. And on the farm, we also have plantain, and so the plantain was also used for our breakfast program. Since COVID, we have scaled down because the students are not here. But whatever we produce now, community members would purchase, and when teachers come in from time to time, they would also purchase these things. We have not put in back any chickens since COVID, except for when we had students coming back for SBA, then we had to do a batch of birds. And of course, we sold those to community members. But before that, last Christmas, December, we also did packages for our students, and so they also got chickens and whatever else we had on the farm at that time. So whatever we earned, as much as is possible, we used it back on the farm, and some goes into our cash reserve. So with the support from FAO and 4-H under the homegrown agricultural program, we have benefited from a 1,000-gallon black drum and fittings and drip hose. This has helped us immensely because where we are located in Southwest St. Elizabeth, it is rather on the dry plains of St. Elizabeth. So you came this afternoon, we got rains, and we're grateful for that. But under the normal circumstances, the times are very dry and hot. And so with the assistance where we can just fill our drum, turn it on to water when we want to, when we have our seedlings planted, it will ensure that we have vegetables at all times. Our students are from the lower socioeconomic families, and they usually depend on us for food. 5 days per week, we usually cook for them. And we know that if we have it from our farm, we can take it to them. We know where to find them.
The United Nations is the product of hope. The hope and resolve following the Second World War to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. But the United Nations was made for moments like these. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. By working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequalities, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction to fossil fuels and kick-starting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensure human rights for all. as we mark UN Day, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity.
Hi, I'm Gary Conneal, the UN Resident Coordinator here in Jamaica. The UN country team is proud to have supported the completion of Jamaica's voluntary national review under the committed leadership of the government of Jamaica. I want to first thank the team of the Planning Institute of Jamaica and its Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry, for their strategic engagement as together we track Jamaica's implementation and progress towards Agenda 2030. Building on our strong partnership with the PIOJ, the UN country team with RCO leadership worked closely with government to consult, agree, and define the needs for the VNR. With guidance from the Planning Institute, Jamaica's VNR has been enriched with an assessment on the impact of COVID-19 on social protection, tourism, education, and the labor markets, with digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. It contains dedicated chapters of review on SDGs 2, 13, 14, and SDG 15. It includes a thematic report on strengthening the corporate social responsibility framework for the SDGs in Jamaica, as well as an assessment of Jamaica's alignment with the SDGs and recommendations for strengthening local SDG action. The final VNR document, strongly guided by the vision of the Jamaican government, reflects the most up-to-date body of evidence and socioeconomic progress in areas such as climate change development and impacts, the sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources, as well as efforts to protect, restore, and promote sustainable use of Earth. With UN support, this SDG tracking process was also able to embody the views of Jamaican youth through insightful consultations conducted with young people. The end product is a document that we are all extremely proud of. I am particularly happy that the RCO was able to coordinate in its preparation and that we were able to support and ensure that the voices from many different stakeholders, including young Jamaicans, private sector, government, and NGOs, often left behind, are reflected in this report and will be heard at this year's high-level political forum. With the government of Jamaica, we are planning for nationwide dissemination of this VNR through, among many channels, the national launch of a new web-based SDG platform. And in this way, we hope to further inspire and coalesce public engagement around the SDGs. Global events continue to challenge our resolve. This is the time to release the accelerator on our path towards the SDGs. With real commitment, the right policies and investment, strong partnerships, we can make significant progress towards the SDGs. This will, of course, require sharing best practices and challenges, as well as lessons learned, so that all countries around the world can strengthen policies and institutions and mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships. The VNR offers the opportunity to do so. The UN country team, under my leadership, stands ready to work closely with Jamaica and its partners to build and accelerate its progress towards achieving the 2030 Agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all my doctors them.
Thank you, nurse.
Thanks to the teachers.
Big up the sanitation worker them.
Thank all of you guys.
Thank you.
Big up all of the frontline worker them.
Them deserve a thanks.
Big up the police force.
Thanks for the soldier them.
Big up for the fisherman them and the farmer. Saying every time.
Thank you to all the frontline workers responding to COVID-19 and keeping the Jamaican economy alive. From your efforts, Jamaica will recover and build forward better. We salute you, our heroes on the front line. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you for your service.
The Joint SDG Fund is committed to strengthening resilience and ending the vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The multiplicity of socioeconomic and environmental vulnerabilities, in addition to the shocks caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, have been detrimental to the island nations, but SIDS are resilient. They are building forward better by developing innovative financing solutions to strengthen the protection of vulnerable groups and creating greener and bluer economies. Sustainable growth will require economic diversification and greater participation from a young, skillful workforce. And to lessen the effects of disasters, access to modern, innovative technologies led by digitization are critical. For economic growth and food production, healthy oceans are vital for the well-being of coastal communities by improving livelihood sectors of fisheries and ecotourism. To secure these smart investments, mobilizing partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and governments are fundamental to empowering small island developing states to succeed in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Blair Stewart. I'm a farmer on the PJ Agro Park in St. Thomas. I am a cassava planter. I have seasonal crop of onion, Irish potato, sweet potatoes, and pumpkin.
Since the onset of COVID-19, many female farmers like Charmaine have limited or no access to their usual markets. Many have lost produce valued at thousands of dollars needed to support their families.
The challenge that I face mostly is lack of storage facility. I harvested 23,000 pounds of Irish potato, and of that 23,000 pounds, I sold 3,131 pounds. Other farmers across the country need to market their produce. The produce suffered.
Through the purchase of locally grown produce, the project will create a secure market for rural female farmers while meeting the food and nutrition demands of vulnerable families. These families will receive food care packages that will include locally grown fruits and vegetables. By supporting local supply chains, we are supporting livelihoods, reducing food and nutrition insecurity, and enhancing Jamaica's agricultural response and recovery to COVID-19.
Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room.
We are the union crew. Everything we have new.
Teachers lose them cool when we boom and cut school.
If we get the money come back in a hurry.
We kick boy in the face so we're not saying sorry.
We cut and go through if we get rich soon.
First class on a plane taking off to the moon. Me not sweep no street and me not push no room.
Cause I beer bad things in a detention room. Beer bad things in a detention room. Pure tension in a detention room. Nothing's a going in a detention room. Detention room.
You know what I can't understand? I can't understand how my own friends did not like my picture on Instagram.
So who tell us that we are friends?
You know, to say you're fat girl, not hot girl.
How much time you forgot to tell us to stop posting things on Instagram because you don't.
Advocacy in the RCO. Thank you for staying with us. Let me first apologize for the late start. For those of you who've just joined online or even this afternoon, in person, this is the United Nations Jamaica Partnership Forum 2022. We've been having rich dialogue, discussions, networking, building bridges, and making friends, I hope, during the long wait for lunch. And I won't stay in between the next session because we're very excited for it. You may join our conversations online using the handle and hashtag UN Jamaica. This afternoon's session will feature 2 key panel discussions, and we'll also have a number of special keynote presentations for you as well. The first focused on financing climate resilience and the blue economy, and the second panel focused on innovative financing to promote circular and creative economies. Are you ready? To introduce our next and our keynote speaker is someone who knows him even more than I do, knows him very well. Please welcome Dr. Gary Conneal.
Thank you so much. What a morning, really. What an exciting way to start our day and to begin these discussions. It is really a pleasure to introduce the next speaker. Dr. Jean Leon is the 6th president of the Caribbean Development Bank, and he began his career in the throes of the COVID-19 pandemic, and I can tell you his vision has already been felt throughout the region. I first had the pleasure to hear him speak in Costa Rica, and after the presentation I said I definitely, first, and I'm going to admit this very humbly, I was surprised to hear this from someone who had spent years in the IMF, so shame on me, huh? But his vision, his understanding of our circumstances, the level of ambition, and helping us think through how we could develop new instruments to understand challenges to development was just inspiring. So that same evening, we had dinner together at a Japanese restaurant, I hope you'll remember, and I was hooked. And since then, he shared with me his presentations, his writing. He's really inspired a lot of my thinking around what we can do in development. So it really is an extreme pleasure to introduce a colleague and a friend with over 30 years of experience in academia and economic development that has served the Global South, and even right here in Jamaica, by the way, where he served as the IMF Senior Resident Representative in Jamaica. So first, welcome back. We're happy to have you, and you have the floor. Welcome.
Thanks much, Gary. At least I recognize some faces that tell me I am not exactly in foreign territory. First, let me acknowledge not just those of you who are here in the room, but equally those who are joining us online. And to state that really it is good to be back in Jamaica, a country I had the privilege of residing in for almost 4, what I like to think of as enjoyable and fulfilling years. It is significant that although I moved away over 10 years ago, when I come back to Jamaica, I land here, my friends say, welcome home. So if you hear me say us, we, our, a lot today, it is because I am speaking to friends and colleagues whom I worked with and continue to work with, now for, I want to say, a better Jamaica. It is therefore an honor and a privilege to deliver this address at this partnership forum to mark the 60th anniversary of Jamaica's independence. So let's begin with a little bit of, let's say, reminiscing. At the stroke of midnight on August 5th, some 60 years ago, the Union Jack was ceremoniously lowered, and Jamaica's national flag, the black, green, and gold, was raised, signaling the first declaration of independence in the English-speaking Caribbean. And that started a process that was to unfold across the entire region. According to the Handbook of Jamaica, the 1962 edition, at that time, there were 1,622,800 persons living in Jamaica. The economic growth was 3.6% per annum. Life expectancy was 64 years. and infant mortality rate was 48.1 per 1,000. I say that to give you the context of where we started, because I want to fast forward this to today, and to start by saying a lot has transpired since then. So considering Jamaica's economic performance as our first point of departure, the average rate of real GDP growth has been much lower than I think we all desired. Indeed, after growing at an average rate of 3.1% during the decade of the 80s, the average real growth fell to 0.4% during the period 1990 to 2020. This partially reflects the impact of a number of shocks, including natural hazard events, the Great Recession, and the COVID-19 pandemic. However, this performance also reflects the decline in traditional exports, such as alumina, bananas, and sugar, the latter two being impacted by the phase-out of European trade preferences. At the same time, these traditional exports were not replaced, helping to stymie growth between 1990 and now. The lack of growth in the export sector is symptomatic of a more fundamental issue, which is declining competitiveness and lack of adequate innovation, which prevented the emergence of a dynamic export sector producing more complex goods and services to underpin sustained and inclusive growth. So in recognition of this, in 2013, the government of Jamaica embarked on a systematic effort to improve competitiveness, focusing on institutional and infrastructural upgrades that would lower costs, facilitate investment, and create a healthy ecosystem for internationally competitive and dynamic businesses. Efforts were made to improve logistics infrastructure in a manner that would create stronger linkages between agriculture and manufacturing and tourism. Emphasis was placed on facilitating trade by targeting the institutional and regulatory framework that ultimately helps to determine the dynamism and cost of the business sector. These institutional upgrades included efforts to reduce the time taken to transit items through the port, facilitate the use of movable assets as collateral, allow the ability of labor to negotiate contracts in a flexible manner, and reduce the time taken to register a business. These actions have tilted the export trajectory upward again. Indeed, export growth has averaged 4% in real terms since 2014, but needs to grow much, much faster if this sector is to create a platform for sustained headline growth. Hence, there is much more ground to be covered if the government of Jamaica is to facilitate the expansion and diversity of exports with higher value added that would underpin the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the broader aspirations of the people of Jamaica. At the same time, the United Nations Human Development Index shows Jamaica has progressed from 0.659 in 1990 to 0.709 in 2021, an average annual HDI growth of 0.24. And if you know how the HDI index moves, it really is very glacial. And so that has to be a very strong performance for Jamaica. This means, therefore, that in the last 30 years, Jamaica has been among the high-ranked nations with achievements in the three basic dimensions of long and healthy life, access to education, and a decent standard of living, which are the three components that make up the Human Development Index. Similar commendable strides were recorded in social development, with poverty, which was 24.6% of the population in 2013, having declined to an all-time low of 11% in 2019 at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. This decline coincided with improvements in the macroeconomic conditions, particularly the reining in of inflation and notable reductions in unemployment. In the intervening years, Jamaica also embarked on a social safety net reform program and legislative action to further strengthen the social protection system, which sought to break the vicious cycle of intergenerational poverty through human capital development. The Caribbean Development Bank has been, I dare say, a loyal partner in the efforts to create a dynamic and innovative economy in the past, and will continue to be a partner with the government and people of Jamaica in this regard. In 2014, the bank provided a policy-based loan that supported the government's efforts at achieving fiscal consolidation, competitiveness, growth, and social cohesion. Recognizing the importance of resource mobilization and implementation, CDB also provided grant funding for technical assistance in these areas in 2018. CDB also provided the funding that facilitated the development of Vision 2030, a comprehensive development plan that was based on wide consultation. The problem, though, is in spite of the contrast that I have just painted, where we started in 1962 and where we were around 2020, we cannot not feel we can do better. We cannot not feel that we can do better. Why do I say that? Justifiably, the expectations of citizens of the new nation were great at the Declaration of Independence. These expectations have preoccupied the agenda of successive post-independence governments. And however the approaches may have differed, I think we can all agree that the ideologies have always been driven by a desire to chart the best path for Jamaicans and to afford each man, woman, boy, and child the opportunity to achieve their full potential and have sustainable livelihoods. This remains the key preoccupation of all of us, not just for Jamaica, but for the entire region. Not just for yesterday, but for tomorrow. And not just for today's youth, and I see quite a few of them around, but for the next generations of our Caribbean's youth. So as we close the curtain on the last 60 years, I think history, once written, will conclude that Jamaica has made notable strides. However, one of my personal guiding principles is to approach every issue from the premise that, as I said, we can do better. Therefore, as the aspirations of 1962 remain relevant today, and the social and economic challenges of nation building have intensified, we ask a couple of questions. Do we have the tools and capacity to forge the promised land envisioned at the raising of the flag? As the winds of change bear down on us, do we have the discipline and fortitude to make the quantum leap that is necessary for the next 60 years to be exponentially better than the first? So what was the mission of independence that I am about to challenge you to want to do exponentially better than at that time? I call to mind the admonition of the Right Excellent Norman Manley, national hero of Jamaica, who said that while his generation were able to achieve political independence, the mission of the next generation is to achieve economic independence. Allow me, therefore, to share a small secret with you. That next generation is us. Next generation is us. And while some help may come from external sources, and I think you'll recognize that phrase, none but ourselves can chart our course for financial freedom. The 60-year milestone provides an ideal opportunity to recommit ourselves to this goal and redouble our efforts to achieve it. However, one thing is sure: we will not meet the needs of today or tomorrow using the approaches of yesterday. The development context of 2022 bears no resemblance to that of 1962. For one thing, we are battling the existential impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, an event that I often compare to as a perfect storm, because it simultaneously extinguished demand and eradicated supply. The impact on the CDB's inherently vulnerable borrowing member countries has been unprecedented, with real economic activity declining by 7.6% in 2020. The effect on service-oriented economies was particularly devastating, with declines as high as 18.8%. Commodity-based economies did not fare much better either, registering contractions of as much as 13.5%. Behind these numbers, though, and these are headline numbers that we all hear all the time, behind these numbers were lives severely disrupted by reduced remittance flows, loss of income or income reduction, socioeconomic obstacles to the delivery of education, and uneven access to health services. And those we never hear about. We only hear the headline growth numbers. Then, just when we began to speak of recovery, right on the heels of the pandemic came the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which, even as we speak, is impacting commodity and financial markets, increasing inflation, disrupting supply chains, and heightening food insecurity. If we can learn anything from recent events, it is that we cannot prevent the shocks. However, we can withstand the impacts if we prepare ourselves by building resilient economies, institutions, and societies. That level of resilience to which I refer, which is the expanding of the resilience ecosystem, will require considerable investment and financing. To give you an idea of the quantum of finance required, the United Nations Global Compact Action Platform on Financial Innovation for the Sustainable Development Goals estimates that US $3 to $5 trillion in investment is required annually for developing countries as a whole to meet the SDG targets. Here in the Caribbean, more than 100 billion is needed to build resilience, implement transformation, and achieve sustainable development in this region. Between 2023 and 2030, the deadline established by the UN for achieving the SDGs, the region will require at least 40 billion for sustainable energy, 22 billion, all of that is US dollars, for water and sanitation, another 11.5 billion for transportation, 13 billion for agriculture and food security, and at least another 12 billion for digital transformation. So while there is commitment to national and regional development targets, our governments are constrained by high debt levels and limited fiscal space. And so where does that leave us? I think we need to start by acknowledging these governments cannot do it on their own, or even in collaboration with the development of financing institutions like the CDB. My friends, this level of financing will only be harnessed through partnerships. And this presents ideal opportunities for business and industry. It is therefore critical for us to reimagine the role of private enterprise in the delivery of sustainable development outcomes. And so that's what I want to speak a little more about this afternoon, the role of the private sector and the issue of finance. So first, my friends from the private sector, and I have quite a few of them in Jamaica, might be thinking, why should we get involved? Development is not my business. So I'm calling on those very friends to re-engineer your mindsets about who is responsible for what. The basis of my appeal is simple. Sustainable development is too important for it to be the exclusive purview of our governments. In fact, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, Peter Bakker, has said that his aim is to position the SDGs at the heart of every business strategy. He argues that business has a critical role to play as a source of investments and as a driver of technological development and innovation, not to mention as an engine for economic growth and employment. Referencing climate change, a focal point of the SDGs and a major global concern, Bakker asserts that business is the best implementation partner for governments around the world as they strive to hit the climate targets. The World Business Council for Sustainable Development spearheaded the Low Carbon Technology Partnerships Initiative to bring together businesses and other partners from across the globe to accelerate the development and deployment of low-carbon technologies. That wasn't about charity. It was about big business, as at inception, the initiative had the potential to deliver as much as 65% of the necessary emissions reductions, generate between 5 and 10 trillion US dollars in investment, and create 25 to 45 million jobs globally each year. In this Bakker illustration, the private sector was called on to partner by supporting conservation, pursue nature-based solutions, and prioritizing sustainability in operations and decision-making. Broadening this to include other development challenges beyond climate implies that the notion of sustainable business must become mainstream. Financiers must unlock the capital that will drive sustainable development solutions, and governments and businesses must work together to achieve goals that address development challenges. This makes private enterprise an indispensable factor in the sustainable development equation. The message, therefore, is clear. Development has to be a shared responsibility, one where individual shareholder egos are subordinated through the notion that development of the whole will always imply development for all. Closer to home, most firms have some form of corporate social responsibility as their activities. Corporate Jamaica, as far as I recall, believes in giving back, but now it must evolve from not just giving back as charity, but moving from charity to investment. The question now is how, and when do we embrace the public value proposition of better targeting of expenditure as investment in development? Indeed, we should argue that profitability and development are not incompatible. Furthermore, we could state that private enterprise should apply the ingenuity, innovation, entrepreneurial drive, and goal-oriented approach employed in commercial pursuits to national and regional development. So we need, therefore, to reimagine public-private partnerships. Conventional thinking sees the private sector as an adjunct to the social and economic development process, but with the liberty to opt in or out. But I'm of the view that private sector must have a causal role in development, charting initiatives from inception to implementation, not entering as residual financiers. So why is this important today? Because we need a new type of partnership, a partnership for development between the private and public sectors. The partnership must operate throughout the life cycle, from origination through design to execution to monitoring, evaluation, and adaptation of activities, together with the associated policies and financing that can then overcome the challenges that we face. Consequently, the public-private partnership, or PPP as we know it, will remain constrained in raising its effectiveness. It has reached its upper bound. That was a mechanism for yesterday. We need solutions for tomorrow. So let me invite you to reimagine PPP. What prevents us from reframing PPPs as partnerships for profits and prosperity? When you drill down on the areas of focus and anticipated impacts of sustainable development agenda, they speak to the very heart of business objectives. Programs that enhance education and improve skills development will create a knowledge-oriented workforce with the extensive skill base necessary for industries of the future. That, my friends, is sustainability. When we talk about economic transformation, our goal is to facilitate the growth of business and industry, to provide employment and other income-earning opportunities, to increase disposable income and improve standards of living, which will ultimately result in a sustainable consumer base. That, my friends, is essential for business. When we target health, energy security, water security, and food and nutrition security, it is to improve living conditions and enhance the well-being of our populations, allowing the people of Jamaica and the Caribbean to realize their full potential, which will therefore lead to stable and resilient economies and societies. That will attract investment and foster business growth. Therefore, we are left with no other conclusion than sustainable economies are therefore the sine qua non of sustainable businesses. So it cannot be businesses for development. Development is the basis of sustainable businesses. I put it to you that these are not outcomes that the private sector should leave to chance. Rather, private enterprise must become an active partner in directing and determining implementation of the agenda that will bring about these desired results. Friends, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So, where does that leave us? It says at the same time, before we can speak about opportunities for enterprise and investment, we must recognize the need for access to sources of financing. CDB has proposed to establish a multi-sourced, multi-instrument financing ecosystem with a suite of instruments to address various needs, ranging from emergency financing to longer-term fiscal goals. This adroit framework must, of course, be underpinned by appropriate governance and regulatory systems. The instruments would have to include almost everything we know exists now. Bonds designed to propel sustainability and initiatives in the green, blue, and orange economies, and the cultural and creative industries. private equity to drive new enterprises, contingent debt instruments to manage uncertainty, derivative-based instruments to manage risks, and concessional funding to lower the cost of funds. The instruments must be designed, however, to allow use with a purpose and have terms that can be customized to distinguish. I like to think of it as three buckets: financing for rescue, financing for recovery, and financing for repositioning. There are three different aspects of our trajectory, and it cannot be the same finance for all. And when I say the same finance, I'm not talking money, it's the terms. The terms of financing for rescue cannot be the same as the terms of financing for recovery, cannot be the same as terms as financing for repositioning. And so we have to have that nimbleness, that flexibility in terms of how we can create the appropriate terms for the appropriate bucket of the use of financing that we need. As I have repeatedly stated, the level of support needed will not come from traditional sources. So this presents, again, opportunities for innovative instruments, creative partnerships, and novel approaches to marshalling resources for development. So imagine if we could harness the capacity of the pension funds that exist, pool monetary resources across the region, or have the ability to attract institutional investors. What prevents us from devising business and investment initiatives that can propel sustainable development and bring a return on investment that is sufficient to secure funding from global donor organizations and private financiers? What about reimagining the desired reductions in premia, the cost of funds, as the price of implementing activities that build resilience and therefore enhance sustainability? Can we maturate the concept of return on investment and move this from return on investment to return on sustainable development or sustainable investment? We can ask, and it's a question I hear all the time, there's too much risk, not enough return to attract the private sector. Where is our sense of responsibility? And so we can ask the question, is it better to have high nominal returns for a short period of time than to have lower nominal returns over a sustained period of time? Then we start talking sustainability. And should the concept of return not include externalities from achieving sustainability in development? I propose to you that our only limitations lie in a failure to recognize and utilize our limitless creativity and ingenuity. My friends, I hope my words will spark a sense of urgency. Time is against us, and we cannot foresee or predict the next big upheaval. However, we can prepare for it by building resilient businesses, institutions, social systems, and economies. This will only be achieved through, at least in my mind, collaborative endeavors where governments, development finance institutions, and the private sector can engage as development partners, not as residuals, not as one higher, one lower, development partners. To facilitate this, there must be a process triangle, that's my phrase for it, encompassing viable projects plus adequate and affordable finance and an effective implementation apparatus that is characterized by strong governance and appropriate regulatory frameworks. This combination the investment activities, the finance, and the implementation apparatus. This combination will engender the confidence that is critical for a development partnership. CDB stands ready to lead or facilitate this collaboration. So as the next 60 years beckon, I will close with the words of one of Jamaica's most beloved sons, and I'm sure you know the Honorable Robert Nesta Marley. So my brethren and my sistren, which way will we choose? We better hurry, because we've got no time to lose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jean, in this 60th year of Jamaica's independence, reminding us that economic independence should also be our aim. And while our vulnerabilities expose us to shocks of all kinds, nothing beats financially investing in and politically committing to building true resilience. Government cannot do this on their own, but through partnerships, particularly with the private sector, we can deliver on the goals that we've committed to. We should and must reimagine public-private partnerships, because the SDGs truly are everybody's business. And my favorite, to properly predict the future, we must create it. Please give him another round of applause. We'll keep the momentum going for our next panel for this afternoon on financing climate resilience and blue economy. And as I introduce our panelists and moderator, I invite them to come. Very ably, we will hear today from Dr. Stuart Davis, senior economist in the UNRCO. Stuart is family, and he comes to us most recently from the Resident Coordinator's Office in Barbados. Make him welcome as he comes. Gerard Alain, climate change senior specialist within the Inter-American Development Bank. He's based at the bank's headquarters in Washington, D.C., but his decades of experience began right here at the University of the West Indies. Please make him welcome as well. Last but by no means least, Miss Uname Gordon, environment and climate change expert with decades of experience in the field. Uname is a partner and ally, I will say, of the UN system and her work in climate action, and we're happy to have her. Please make her welcome. Our moderator for this session is Senior Economic Advisor Gerard Johnson. Mr. Johnson has extensive experience in economic development in the Latin America and Caribbean region. His clients include large private investors, the European Union, the Inter-America Development Bank, and the Ministry of Finance in Jamaica. Gerard has conceptualized, negotiated, and managed projects and programs to promote financial inclusion throughout the region. Today, we will benefit from his extensive expertise and understanding of the challenges and his ability to generate creative solutions. Please make him welcome. And Gerard, over to you.
Do I go there? Do I stay? You can hear me. Good afternoon, everybody. And I have to say to the president of the CDB, wow, thank you for you actually took away everything I was going to say, so that's very good.
So we can.
Well, the panelists have been introduced, and I think we've got 40 minutes, so it's now 3 o'clock. So there's not an allowance for Q&A, so I'm going to have to try and, since I'm the only one who can upset them and poke questions at them, I'll have to sort of, or send me a WhatsApp. I'll have to speak for you. Just to underline some of the things that were said that were so important, which I think is worth saying it again so that it gets through. The vulnerability that Jamaica is exposed to from climate change is wrapped up with all the other vulnerabilities to price shocks. You know, we saw what happened with COVID, and there are other shocks that have happened and could happen. The other point that was made is, we can wait in Jamaica for that massive financing gap to be closed by somebody else. Or we could, which I love what the MC picked up on was, or maybe we can create, I love that, Gene, if I can say Gene. You're back at home, so we'll use first names, thank you. No, to create that vulnerability while waiting. So, we can wait for grants, we can wait for more concessional finance, we can wait for the big polluters to stop polluting, but we have to stay alive in the meantime. So things that Jamaica has done that are really outstanding to reduce macroeconomic vulnerability. This is when I met the president of the CDB, when he was in the trenches in the dark days when it wasn't, people were not congratulating Jamaica yet. It was still a work in progress. But incredible initiative by everybody in Jamaica to reduce that vulnerability, create the basis for growth, which to achieve the SDGs, it won't happen without the growth, which, as you heard, has been so anemic for so long. And what's needed is innovation, and hence the panel. There are three things I will stop talking after this. The need to diversify the economy, everybody has agreed. You can't have a two-engine economy when you're small and one engine gets knocked out. The vulnerability of being small is that you rely on one or two sectors, and therefore diversification is the path to stability and to achievement of the SDGs. An important thing is the PPPs are so, I've not heard anybody say that, maybe it's been said, but I don't get around as much. So I heard it from you first. But it's time for chapter 2 of the PPPs. Thank you for saying that. I think that is so important. I've been involved in several PPPs, and how can I say it diplomatically, the distribution of risk between the public and the private partners is skewed in every single case to the private, which a lot of that is because to get them to come, the government absorbs an inordinate amount of the risk. But there's an interesting news story into this new phase of PPPs, which is, there's an example I came across that there's a local NGO that's engaged with a cruise shipping line that has a problem of polluting the very ocean that brings it its livelihood. In other words, the beauty of the Caribbean, but it empties its waste into the sea, and it got caught. So what they've agreed to do is they're working with an NGO to leave the waste with the NGO. The NGO has a way of turning that into fertilizer for farmers who, because of the war, can't afford fertilizer, and therefore they will grow products that the cruise ships, so you talk about, it's a very interesting, and the government, of course, helped to pull it all together. I think that's maybe an example of where we need to go and where the social cost is taken on board by, hopefully the same will happen with mining companies. Anyway, another very important thing that the president said was about this perceived trade-off between commercial return and SDGs or social and environmental consciousness. Some very quick example, the DBJ with $1 million investment has mobilized a $55 million private equity fund, an impact fund. Impact, what does it mean? It means that it's a fund that cares about gender, employment, transparency, environmental protection, labor laws. In other words, it's that consciousness in the private sector that we're looking for. And that's now with $1 million, $55 million fund. Of course, the hard part in raising the money was this private money, they were worried about that trade-off. And now for the first time, there's an impact fund in the Caribbean. And I think that's a very good example of what the president was talking about. And the last thing I'll say is climate finance. Jamaica has been a trailblazer You saw the catastrophe bond that was issued. It's never been done before in this region. And even the premium was paid for by donors. I think that's a nice story. Basically, if you get hit by a hurricane, the people who invested in it get paid. They lose their bond, and that money is used by the government to rebuild. So the premium is pretty high, as you can imagine. The other thing, of course, we know about CRIF, which is the insurance against catastrophe. And there's a very interesting one that's going on now, and that is because of the terrible disaster in places like Dominica, Abaco, Barbuda, because there's such total devastation as possible, having access to insurance is not, you can't assume it. You now have to fight for it. So now reinsurance costs are trending so high that we may get to the point where many entities, many companies won't be able to afford it. So what's being worked on now is a way of linking insurance premia to specific resilience investments. In other words, if you create a roof on your warehouse that will resist Cat 5, your insurance goes down and you can now afford it. So linking insurance premium to investment. So anyway, I wasn't supposed to make a presentation, but I did. So now we'll go to the questions and from our panelists. I don't know if everybody saw the questions, but it's basically, this is about climate change and the green economy. Blue economy. The green economy being the climate change included in that, and the blue economy, of course, is we're an island, and the possible economic linkages that the cruise ship one might qualify. So the question to the panelists, we're going to run this as a discussion and not as a monologue. So I'll ask the question. So if I could start with you. You know the questions, so you've practiced, I'm sure. And given the importance of the economic transformation of the country, the diversification of the economy, the development of the human capital, you've been hands-on. You deal with the pragmatic realities of it. I won't say. I think they said it in the introduction. You were from the Ministry of Growth and Job Creation. What opportunities do you see in Jamaica for that microcosm, the green and the blue economies, to assist in that transformation?
So thank you, and thank you, Chair, for that really very forthright presentation. I also got some gems from your presentation. I won't go into them, but we'll talk as we normally do. But I wanted to thank the UN as well and the RCO for the invitation to be here. I am no longer, let me claim a disclaimer, I am no longer at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I am here in my own professional capacity. So last things first. Let me start by looking at probably where the chair left off about the economic transformation that is required. And to probably make the bold statement that there can be really no economic transformation without the economic diversification that is required. And I'll start there. And so Jamaica's economy, as we know, the blue, the green, now the orange, and we were talking a little earlier about the silver and the black. But I'll stick within the blue, the green, and the orange, which is the ocean, the land and our forest reserves, and then the orange economy, which is wrapped up in our culture and our music, and you ended with the Bob Marley. That's where we are. And the climate change agenda as well is wrapped up as well in these three economies. We know that the blue economy, we have 65% of our population lives on the coast. And therefore, the blue economy is wrapped up in our marine resources, our infrastructure, and all that is associated our fisheries or fisher folks and the productivity in our fisheries. And if we are to move the bar in terms of economic transformation, then we have to move the bars in those areas. Is it enough? A lot of work has gone on in terms of our marine resources, in terms of our fisheries, but at this point, it is not enough, and you heard it very clear, the numbers, in terms of moving the bar to create transformation. So what else? And I'm really happy you went to the cruise ship, because what else do we need to do to move that bar? The transformation in our transport sector, which is one of the huge ones. The transformation in linking our blue and green economies. So moving probably into offshore wind, which will take both of them together. A lot of work has been done and proven cases have gone on in terms of offshore wind and therefore linking both blue and green. The aim is really, at the heart of it, is to ensure that we are impacting lives, we are creating jobs, and as they would say, it brings prosperity for all. And we continue to like that word, not for the reasons that many others like it, but because in the rural communities where prosperity is elusive, then this is really where we want. And in the communities on the coast, which uses the marine resources, which use the blue economy, and which use the forest resources, a linking of both is necessary to do that. So if we move forward then how do we mine the resources from the blue economy? How do we mine the resources from the green economy? And how do we have this interconnectedness between both so that in the final analysis we get the diversification that is required, but also that we are impacting the targets that we have set in terms of emission reduction, which is clearly articulated in our nationally determined contributions. And the moral authority to continue to speak about the contribution that we make to this emission reduction globally, while being this small, insignificant emitter of greenhouse gas, but to have this moral authority to continue to speak and to be at the table and to participate in the discourse, I think. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. I love that, moral authority, yes. Because you always wonder, it's hard to even measure the emissions that Jamaica puts out compared to the total, but you can very easily measure the negative impact. Gerard, who we were at the IDB at the same time, people always confused. There were two Gerards at the IDB and both from Trinidad. It was a big confusion. Anyway, so it's not confused now. You're all on your own. Gerard, my friend, good to see you again. The comment was made that, concession finance is needed, but there's not enough. I mean, the size of the financing gap is so huge, that it would come just from the development banks. That just will never be enough. There are things like the Green Climate Fund, which I know maybe you can enlighten us, but they're so hard to get at. I mean, it takes so long. What hope is there? I think the comment that was made by the president, if you make little steps, you will always be guaranteed to go very short distances. Mm-hmm. We have to go large distances, and we've run out of time, as you said. You're from the IDB, you know this thing inside out. What can be done to take a big step?
Okay, no, thanks very much, and thanks to the UN for inviting me. Home, it's always interesting when somebody invites you to your own home. I started here, and my credit is that I'm married to a Jamaican, so I have street credit.
No, but no, it's how do we make this transformation? How do we diversify? And I want to steal something from what Jean had said about reimagining PPPs. Because I want to say we also have to reimagine the oceans. We're talking about the blue economy. We have to reimagine that vast resource that is out there for small island states, developing states, that we really have not touched on. Case in point, when CDB did a valuation of the blue economy for Jamaica a couple of years ago, and this was because of the lack of information, they just had to deal with fisheries and tourism. And it was estimated to be at least 7% of GDP. This is 2017. Approximately about $1 billion US. And that was only from those two components, and even not looking at, they were not even able to go into deep depth of the other aspects of tourism and fisheries. But the blue economy is a vast area. You had mentioned one part in terms of marine renewables. You had mentioned another part about the cruise ship and that aspect of circularity, of the circular economy as an integral part of the blue economy. But then there is also now we're looking at biotech. We're looking at carbon sequestration, how carbon is absorbed. And there's a market being developed, especially in the area of blue carbon. For that transformation that has to take place, or that diversification, it has there has been a shift in how we think about this resource that are and it's also related to the orange economy. There's the cultural aspect. These are products. These are things that, dare I say, have a value. And it's being able to manage that value in a sustainable manner. And you had mentioned a couple of things about that, and also, again, drawing from what Gina said, in terms of being inclusive and being equitable, the issue of gender. And those are some of the things that investors, those are the things that places like the IDB are putting, and the private sector are looking at. What we are seeing is this, and it's a shift, it's a transformation that, and you spoke about impact investors, social impact investors, you're looking at sustainable impact investors. Those that are looking for projects, programs that go beyond the business as usual. They're looking for, there's a term for blue carbon, high quality. And that high quality relates to whether it's inclusive, whether there's co-management, whether it's transparent. Because there is a group of investors, there's a section of the private sector that is looking for that type of investment, because they realize for this to be sustained, for this to continue, for us to create our future, this is required. We cannot any longer continue along the same path, because it's not sustainable, and we're seeing it. So there is a group that is going along that transformative part, that is looking at a different way of doing business, and is being able to attract that. That means the measures that have been put in place that will provide these high quality type of projects. And we are seeing innovation coming into this. One of the things that you talk about insurance, a couple of years ago, they established an insurance program for coral reefs. And just not last year, 2020, there was the first payout in Mexico. They are thinking about that for mangroves. So because it's this issue of how do we maintain these natural assets, especially in terms of our ocean resources. And the other thing is that we don't know a lot about what's out there. And we need to, that's another part of transformation that has to take place. There's a small percentage of what we know about the oceans. Very small percentage. And what countries like Jamaica need to do, and others, being able to gather information in a low-cost manner. And there are, again, initiatives that are taking place to fill in those gaps. Because, again, if I'm an investor, if I'm a decision maker, I need that information in order to make the right, sustainable decision. I'll stop there for now.
Okay, before you stop, because
Yeah,
I think you were instrumental in the wind mapping, no?
Yes, back in the day, now you're aging me, thank you very much. We supported some of the programming on the wind farm on Wigton. And this is the type of support in terms of getting that information. Again, if you want to make these investments, that sort of baseline information is required. And then you're talking about a wind map on land. Think about a wind map on the sea. And you will need to do that because it's the building blocks of deciding on a project. What is the expected rate of return? What is the wind resource? And so those are some of the gaps that need to be filled. If you're going to have a solid, sustainable program in terms of transforming the economy. And it's one of the things that within the region we fall because we have not put enough resources into this area of data because it's not really exciting. You know, data is data, but it's critical. Data that people are looking at it's becoming the new gold. So we need to be able to put some investment in data gathering, and so that we can link it to these programs. If we want to have a strong program on say, as you indicated, the circular economy or circular measures that took place with the cruise ships, we need to know what type of information, what type of waste is coming, how that waste can be utilized as an input into a new process. That requires some basic baseline data, which the NGO had, which I was glad you mentioned it. Because this is a type of innovation that we will require to move forward, to diversify, to expand and have a broad, inclusive, equitable economic diversification program.
No, data, not sexy, but definitely the story of Wigton's a very good, very illustrative story where the data made it possible to make the investment and then it turned into a very successful PPP. I think it's a good example. But before, I know you dodged the question, so I can't go. You still haven't answered the question about why it takes, is there any way to get at IDB money in less than 2 years? Is there any way?
No, this continues to be not just for the IDB.
In a friendly way.
Yeah, no. It's part of, I think, one of the issues, and Mary is at my side, so I'm going to throw this on her too. Capacity is an issue. Big issue.
I think it's not, as Gerard said, as Gerard A said, and I know both of them quite a long time, and as Gerard A said, it is not just the IDB, it's all the financial mechanisms that exist. I mean, the GCF, which everybody looks to almost as a bank, and yesterday I participated in a very interesting global conference, a green infrastructure conference that was put on by an NGO in Trinidad and Tobago. It was a global conference. It was financed by the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago. It was a climate change conference. So I'll put that there, I Am Movement. And I made a presentation at that conference yesterday about the financial mechanisms surrounding climate change, which would involve the first generation of climate financing, the second generation of climate financing. And I think one of the barriers to us in the region accessing the financing is a lack of understanding of the financial mechanisms on the one hand. So on the one hand, there is this real lack of understanding of what they are set up to do and how they function. And on the other hand, there's a lack of capacity in country. So it's a two-pronged challenge that we have. People just think that the GCF is a bank. and for that, it makes it very difficult. It also makes it difficult because of this inadequate data. And I'd like to say that data is the oil of climate change. It really is. And
it's a renewable energy.
Or the renewable energy of climate change. But without the data to credibly say what it is that we are asking for, we will never be able. We just got a project approved for Barbados, $39.4 million grant funding from the GCF.
Wow.
It took us 3 years. But the first one, and this is the second project for Barbados, the first one took us 5 years. Both of them are water projects. Both of them are water projects. So the data that was collected in the first one informed the second one. I am sure the next one will probably take us 1.5 years. However, you cannot translate what happened in Barbados. So people are saying, well, why don't we just repeat that for Jamaica? It doesn't happen. Because while we have an homogeneous region, while we have this huge regional pool that we think we are so similar, the impact of climate change on each and every country is sometimes different. A hurricane that comes into St. Lucia, if we remember Thomas, it came into St. Lucia chair as Category 1 storm. When we did the dollar on Thomas, we had to declare the entire island an ecological disaster. It was not even a hurricane. It was a Category 1 storm. And so the impact on the islands are different, and therefore the data, we don't pay enough attention to data collection, but more so data management. Yeah? I'll stop there. This is not what this panel is about. I'm passionate about the data, and therefore we'll go on.
It's justified passion. The Stuart, but you know, I should really call him Dr. Davies, but everybody will get confused and think we're talking about somebody else. Because there's a very famous Dr. Davies. So I won't call you Dr. Davies, I'll call you Stuart. Please.
I prefer Stuart. I'm listening to this fascinating conversation and certainly what Gene said in his opening remarks. I think fundamentally, the issue here is about questioning what we understand by value. So over the years, we've become so hung up on GNI per capita as a measure of value that we've forgotten what actually value means. And I say that in the sense that we know that GNI per capita is derived from the flow of value that comes from a very narrow set of assets that a country owns. And I think what we've discussed in this very rich discussion is that that focus is too narrow, and it's too narrow from the perspective of sustainable development. When we think about value, we should be thinking about the value that comes from comprehensive wealth. Now, this is a very sort of, specialized technical term, but essentially, when we think about what we own as ourselves, we're not just focusing on the jobs and the incomes that come from the jobs, but we're thinking about the broader set of assets that we have, our skills, our health, our housing, everything that surrounds that as well. And we should take that to the country level. And when we think about understanding the risks and the value over time of a country, we should be thinking about the changing value of our assets across all of the assets. So our natural assets, our human assets, our productive assets, our foreign assets, our intangible assets, our social assets, all of that together. And when we add that up, you'd be quite surprised at what it amounts to, but also you'd be able to understand a little bit more about the trade-offs that we make and the decisions that we make, particularly on the blue and green economy. So when we think about blue development or green development, we tend to focus on those areas that we most understand or able to monetize or able to understand the risks of. And we've developed a set of instruments around those. And I think what we're slowly beginning to understand is that in itself isn't sustainable, but it doesn't lead to sustainable development either. Because those trade-offs are very detrimental. You can see that the commercialization can eat into the conservation within our blue assets. And we see those trade-offs happening all of the time. And the erosion, we don't understand the erosion that we're doing with many of these decisions, these multi-million, billion-pound commercial decisions that we make. And so therefore, we need to move in that direction. We need to move into a direction whereby, when we understand we think of value. We think of value across all of the assets that a country owns, and we start to incorporate our decision-making, focusing on the trade-offs between progressing productive assets and whether that works in synergy with natural and human assets or whether it works counter to those. And that's the big threat going forward. And the same is true of risk as well. So when we think of risks and multidimensional risks, those risks can come from the elements that are sourced from wealth, comprehensive wealth. So for instance, if I was to go to a bank and I was to ask for a loan in a bank, the bank manager would look at me and say, well, what are your assets? What's your collateral? What's your income? And how stable is your income? And there's no reason to think that countries can't look through the same lens. And so when we look at risk, multidimensional risk, yes, we can look through the lens of economic, social, and environmental, but also we can look through the lens of what the country has in terms of wealth over time. We can look at what value it's generating from that wealth, and we can look at what the volatility of that wealth is. Now, you may think I've gone off on a bit of a tangent here, no. But it's very important with regard to economic transformation and climate resilience building in the future. Because unless we devise investments in that way, and Jean, you put this very eloquently in your opening remarks, unless we think about those multidimensional cascading risks and we're able to price those into decisions, then what we think is sustainable development today may not be sustainable development in the future. So what I would do is just leave you on that thought that perhaps really we need to go back to first principles and be thinking about what we understand by value. And if we can solve that, then I think from that we'll be able to improve our decision making, allocate our resources and price those resources in a better fashion and be able to achieve our sustainable development goals more expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. If I could just ask you to go on a little bit. Your experience, was good. You're the senior economist for an institution that understands and cares about the all costs, not just the commercial ones. And as Jean said, there's a massive pool of funds in Jamaica. In the pension funds and the insurance companies. That's where the savings are, and, well, of course, in banks. And to unlock it, there's this perception of risk that if that can be influenced, it's possible to unlock vast amounts of money and energy and direct it, as you were just saying, in ways that are consistent with the SDGs and with climate resilience. I was wondering, the experience that you've had, the other cases you've seen, can you give us, was very eloquent as stories. I mean, I don't know, some examples or something that you've seen somebody figure out somewhere else that could be useful to us.
Sure. I mean, so when we think about sustainable development and investing in sustainable development, it's two sides of the same coin. Okay, so on the one side you have the project developers that are developing projects in an uncertain world, and on the other side you have the financiers, and they are financing those projects, and the two depend upon information from each other. So your project developers will develop longer term projects if they believe that there is the financing instruments available to be able to then finance those projects. They're not going to take on a project if they don't believe at the end of the day that a bank will finance them. And similarly, those financial institutions, and this is where tapping into those very large and attractive international funds comes into play, is that they want a pipeline of investable projects, and they want certainty that that pipeline of investable projects will be tailored to those financial instruments. And it's very tricky to match the pipeline with the financing. Often, we have lots of instruments, but we don't have the investable projects, or we have investable projects, but we don't have the tailored financing to be able to achieve that. So I think what I've learned, certainly from working both inside and outside of the UN on development capital projects, is firstly that balance needs to be struck. The second, the second area is very much around being able to price risk as well, and being able to. We're in a world now where we can't really just consider climate risks alone. We have to think about multidimensional cascading risks. And there needs to be development, both in terms of our own skills, of being able to apply these new methodologies, but also the technology available to be able to then put those into pricing models and be able to price, as you say, perhaps not necessarily short-term high returns, but more balanced, longer-term, perhaps lower returns. Within the financial architecture. So there's two thoughts, if I can leave you with those.
Thank you very much. Well, we are almost out of time, so I'll have to skip to the last question, which is somewhat self-serving by the organizers, which is I'm joking, but it's a valid question. The UN has so much intellectual and reputational resources that it could bring to bear. What, from your point of view, could the UN do to help advance this agenda?
If I may start.
Besides this event, for example.
Besides this event that they invite me as a friend here, I think, to be quite frank with you, I think the UN and the UN system as a whole, which is this global organization, has this global reach, but at the same time, with their national presence, the understanding of the national sensitivities, which they can use to bridge these gaps. I think you have, as part of that, and I like to talk about moral authority, and I'm no paragon of morality. But I think the UN has this moral authority to speak on issues at this global level, but at the same time, this unique opportunity to translate and have boots on the ground. And I think that's one of the things that if you can perfect that and be able to do that. When we talk about financing then, you also have this global reach. you can transfer a best practice from the smallest town in Africa to the smallest community in Jamaica with a phone call or a paper or something. And I think in this era of climate change where we don't have time, where the issue of the transition is taking place so fast, I think that's a comparative advantage that the UN has, which you don't use very well. And if I will say so, and then it's my friend, I say this all the time, you can do this without compromising any of the principles of the UN, and we know what those are. But that translation of, and then you have this huge data pool and resource pool, which you can at the snap of a finger, you can disperse across the world. And so if you can put all of that together in this time and in this period, then I think we could have a system that would better serve the people. And it is always at the forefront of our minds. People like us who are in the trenches in climate change, we are serving the people. So it has to land, because sometimes some of the issues really don't land. But you have an opportunity with presence on the ground to assist with landings.
We can leave now. No, I must say, I hope that was recorded. Thank you so much. Very, very good. Gerard, I spoil you, sorry. Hard to follow that.
And I will be simple in terms of my point here, is that there's a lot of targets that are out there. You have the SDGs, you have the climate targets, you have ACHI. And I think one of the things that the UN may need to do, or may need to do a little better, is show the interconnection between all of these. Because what we tend to see is that there's one group on, okay, I'm following the SDGs. But we know the SDGs or some of the targets are connected to the ACHI targets, or to the climate targets, or to the other multitude of targets. Yeah. And if this issue of development is being considered as a multidimensional issue, we need to break apart these silos, and it's maybe just about messaging.
Excellent, yeah.
It may just be a messaging, so that the stakeholders, us, when we are talking about the SDGs, we also thinking about, okay, how is this connected to my the implications on ACHI, or on biodiversity, on climate. So it's not, we're not overwhelmed by also the acronyms, by the way, but we see that this is all connected. And because, again, it's a matter of efficiency. Jerry, look, yes. It's a matter of efficiency, so that we are not into this, well, I jump from here on climate, I jump from here on SDGs, but I'm following all of that, because we don't have time to be able to juggle all of this. Let me be able to juggle one on development, and as I said, it may be a matter of messaging, because that once you get the messaging right, and it gives that perception, this is all connected. That we are not approaching this in a silo approach. We are approaching it from a holistic, integrated approach.
You actually pulled it off. Oh. I didn't know how you were going to do it. But you did. Stuart, I don't know if it's given who pays your paycheck. I don't know if you want to answer that question, but I will. You don't have to.
So I'll be objective.
Very good.
No, I think you make an excellent point, and I think it's no coincidence why we titled today's event "Sprint for the Goals." We have 8 years to go, and we really do need to start building momentum. And as you mentioned, the old ways are no longer fit for purpose. So we need to think of new ways of achieving these goals. And what I would say is we are thinking, we've been thinking for some time about this, about how we don't just focus on one goal, but we look at interventions that cut across goals, okay? And we look for accelerators. And we try to choose our interventions or devise our development capital platforms in such a way that we're able to touch lots of pinch points across the SDGs so that we can accelerate those going forward. One such example is a development capital platform that is being developed across Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean called Blue Invest. Now, this came out of a new fund called the Joint SDG Fund, where we encouraged, the UN family is encouraged to come together to look at the comparative advantage across agencies, funds and programs, and to develop programs that cross-cut the SDGs so that we can have maximum impact. And one such program is called Blue Invest. And this program is called Blue Invest.
Blue Invest, yeah.
It's catalytic capital combined with technical assistance. So you know, we've learned from the lessons of capital programs that are accessible, but the transaction costs of accessing those programs can be quite high, and especially for small island developing states that have limited capacities. So we've developed a model whereby there's technical assistance to be able to take last mile investment proposals through to investment and then invest in them, with hopefully quite strong multipliers as a result of that. So we are looking forward. It's still 3 years into the reform progress, so there's still some time to go. But there are really strong, encouraging signs that going forward, the synergies that we can reap across the UN family, exploiting the comparative advantage, reducing duplication and waste ultimately, means that we can have real impact, stronger impact going forward. And that is at the heart of what the UN mission is about here.
Excellent. You'll keep your job, I think. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for your patience. Dr. Keneal, or dare I say Gary, thank you for the opportunity. And to the panelists, great job. Thank you. Okay.
A lot of nuggets earlier. Thank you very much, colleagues. One of my favorite data is the oil or the gas of climate change. Renewable. Say it again. Say it again. Renewable energy. Not bad gas. Renewable energy. So we need to ensure that we have access to good quality, reliable data and data management. I know my data officer was enjoying that. Dr. Shelley Trim, she was having a field day. And we're having this conversation today because we realize the need to take care of our climate, but we also realize the need to diversify our economies to reduce dependency on any one area, right? So we were encouraged to more largely entertain the opportunities, not just on the blue economy, but green economy. I heard silver economy, orange economy, black economy for sustainable development. So I learned a lot.
Dr. Cornel, you got your comms officer to sit in on an economic discussion, so it was absolutely wonderful. Friends, all day we've been hearing from some of the brightest minds in their field, and we will continue in that vein. Right now, we will hear special remarks from UN Assistant Secretary General Elliot Harris. Secretary General Antonio Guterres appointed Mr. Elliot Harris of Trinidad and Tobago as Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development and Chief Economist in April 2018. Mr. Harris brings 25 years of international experience in the fields of international economics and development policy analysis, coupled with knowledge of the UN system, multilateral, as well as interagency coordination processes. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Harris served as ASG and head of the New York office of UNEP. He began his career in the International Monetary Fund in 1988. Right now, we'll hear from none other than Mr. Elliot Harris, ASG. Please make him welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you in Jamaica. It's a real shame that I can't join you there. I'm very happy to have the occasion to join you, at least vertically, and to share some thoughts on a really interesting topic, the creative economy, what we're calling the orange economy, that you discussed in the previous session. The Sustainable Development Agenda that we're all fascinated by, it aims, among other things, at creating a sustainable economy that will be structured and organized very differently than what we have now. This transition towards sustainability will be full of innovation and change, of course. And a good amount of creativity will be needed to design and steer these aspects of the transition. So this is a very opportune time to reflect on the creative economy itself, both in its role as in reimagining the productive and value-adding structure of the overall economy, and on its importance to our societies. There's been growing attention paid to the creative economy in recent years as its economic importance becomes more and more apparent. Cultural and creative activities absorb an estimated 1% of the global population, not labor force, population, and they produce well over $2 trillion annually in revenues. In many economies, the creative sector has actually been growing much more rapidly than traditional productive sectors. UNESCO has estimated that Jamaica's cultural and creative industries contribute over 5% of the country's GDP. They generate revenues in excess of $2 billion Jamaican dollars a year, and they account for over 3% of total employment. According to a recent survey, over 60% of these jobs are held by women, and well over a third of them by young people under the age of 35. Broadly defined, creative industries refer to the goods and services that are produced and distributed using creativity and intellectual capital as primary inputs. It's a very broad definition, but it covers a wide range of activities, things like advertising and architecture, arts and crafts, design and fashion, film, video, photography, music and performing arts, publishing and electronic publishing, research and development, software, computer games, TV and radio. The nature of the creative industry sector has also been evolving, and the industries themselves are changing at different speeds and in different directions depending on the type of activity. Some of them, like traditional crafts or books and visual and performing arts, are produced in roughly the same way as they were in the past, but others have become far more technology intensive and service oriented, such as the music and film industries or television and radio broadcasting, the new media and design. Because of these changes, the cost structures have become more fluid, and now they often present less of a barrier to entry than in the recent past. Creative activities are also linked in with the traditional sectors of the economy. One good and very relevant to Jamaica example is the tourist industry. Handicrafts, gastronomy, various forms of cultural services, and live entertainment have always been the underpinnings of the tourism sector. But more recently, the spread of digital information technologies and the platform economy gives to the tourism sector access to a much wider range of potential clients, nationally and internationally. It provides for more creative and compelling digital marketing and publicity, and it gives new earnings opportunities through home and boutique accommodations alongside traditional hotel accommodations. But by its very nature, creativity cannot be predicted, although it can be anticipated. Allow me to give a couple of examples just to illustrate this point. Who would ever have expected that little St. Lucia and little Trinidad and Tobago, with a combined population equivalent to 0.02% of the global population, could produce 3 Nobel Prize winners, 3. 2 of them in literature within 1 decade. The third one was in economics, but we economists are rather creative individuals, and so I'll say that that counts when we're talking about creativity. How does a carnival mass band leader from Trinidad come to design the pageantry for the opening ceremonies of 3 different Olympic Games and a football World Cup? Why was little Jamaica able to create an entirely new genre of music that is listened to all over the world? I've heard reggae in China. Now, on the surface of things, there's little about the Caribbean that would have predicted these accomplishments on a global stage, and yet they happened. And of course, many different types of creative outpourings happen constantly within the region. No one can ever tell exactly when or where such outpourings will take place, and that makes planning for them a very uncertain undertaking. But it is clear creative expression is more likely to flourish in a conducive environment. Preparing for an active creative economy can be done, and done well. Now, to my mind, in order for creative expression to grow into a creative industry, and for creative industries to establish themselves in a creative economy, at least 3 elements of preparation and enabling should be present. First, support for entrepreneurship through institutions and infrastructure that encourage innovation and promote marketable creative undertakings. Second, a regulatory and legal framework that facilitates intellectual collaboration and the exchange of ideas and skills, and also promotes and protects intellectual property rights. Third, access to sufficient and appropriate financing to enable a scaling up of the creative undertaking to the point where it can actually provide a livelihood. Deficiencies in any one or all of these areas are often enough to prevent a creative idea or activity from evolving into reliable value creation and jobs and income. All of these areas are where the public sector can help. The support for entrepreneurship, for example, it can take the form of providing the physical infrastructure for creative activities at an affordable cost. For example, broadband internet access, or performance spaces, or commercial premises. It can also take the form of providing training in the technical and vocational and business skills that are needed to translate creative ideas into marketable activities. A supportive legal and regulatory framework would facilitate a proper understanding of intellectual property rights and protect them effectively. It could also provide guidance for setting up effective and manageable contracts between collaborating partners. But it is in finance that the most support is needed. There is definitely a funding gap for creative industries, especially startups, although its size is hard to assess. What is more important, however, is to understand the reasons why creative undertakings find it so difficult to mobilize adequate finance, as this might indicate where professional solutions could be sought. First, establishing the value of an innovative or creative idea before it has become marketable is intrinsically difficult. Without an identified demand and clear pricing structure, it's challenging to estimate a possible revenue stream or to calculate the return on the creative investment. Creative endeavors often seem more risky than others. Everything depends on the creative innovator, him or herself, not only whether their ideas are marketable, but also whether they have the skills to succeed in the marketplace. Moreover, the creative impulse that's behind creative endeavors, it's intangible and may not be backed up by physical assets that could serve as collateral for credit. The problem is frequently compounded by a lack of financial skills of the creative entrepreneurs, making it difficult for them to present a compelling case to potential funders or investors. And all of these factors combine to make it quite difficult to secure finance. On the other side of the coin, the mainstream traditional financial institutions often lack the experience to deal with these kinds of uncertainties and the perceived risk of creative enterprise. Typical business loans may not be suited to this kind of activity, but the institutions often lack the flexibility to design more appropriate financial instruments. And since most, if not all, developing countries suffer from a relative or absolute lack of venture capital to fund innovative activities in general, adequate financing for creative industry is very difficult to mobilize without more flexible financial instruments and active risk mitigation mechanisms. And this reflection highlights the possible contributions by the public sector to closing the funding gap. Public sector could provide funding either through public-private partnerships or directly through transfers or indirectly through subsidies or preferential tax treatments. It can encourage the development of these effective risk mitigation mechanisms and suitably flexible innovative financing instruments to facilitate the provision of private capital. I'll come back to this issue a little bit later. The creative economy in the last couple of decades has been deeply affected by the emerging digital technologies. First, digital information technologies have greatly expanded the possibilities for intellectual and creative collaboration across both time and space. Digital platforms have transformed the way people can create and consume cultural and creative products. The COVID-19 lockdowns accelerated and expanded this transition as consumers were forced online and suppliers of cultural and creative content adapted their offerings to these new platforms. But the potential for further transformation and expansion is immense. Digitalization can help to overcome the constraints of size and location and can allow for sustainable and inclusive economic development even in remote areas. E-commerce creates closer links between local producers and larger national markets, as well as links to regional and global markets, and they can thus enhance potential export earnings. New technologies, particularly digital ones, create significant gains in productivity. They reduce production costs, they increase exposure, they lower the traditional barriers to entry for a range of products and services, including in the creative domains. It means that they can unleash previously untapped potential for adding value and for generating employment and income. But digitalization also opens the doors to abuses that are far more difficult to combat. As an example, UNESCO estimates that as of 2018, digital revenues made up at least half of the turnover of the global music industry, and 59% of those digital revenues came from streaming. And yet the revenues returned to the creators of online content represented only just over 7% of global royalties. And of course, the outright piracy of intellectual property is now much easier than ever before and much larger than ever before. The potential of digitalization can only be realized by those on the right side of the digital divide, with broadband access and the necessary devices, who made themselves and their offerings easily discoverable on the internet and who can effectively advertise, market, and distribute their offerings digitally. All of this requires a particular set of skills and access to the necessary digital infrastructure. All of this is a particular challenge for the average creative enterprise. Because for all of its potential, the creative economy is still plagued by fundamental problems that hamper its growth and value creation, particularly in developing countries. The first of these is valuation. Existing economic measurement systems are designed to capture the direct and visible returns to an economic activity or investment, and they depend on market prices. For the most part, however, the contribution of creative industries to GDP, employment generation, income generation, and to domestic tax revenues or export earnings is just not fully captured. The economic significance of this sector is chronically underestimated. More fundamentally, data on the activities of the creative and cultural sectors and the measurement of the value produced are woefully inadequate. Now, this lack of data limits the understanding of the creative economy, how it functions, and it hinders access to finance. It prevents evidence-based policymaking and the formulation of effective public sector support. Because of their small size, many creative enterprises may lack the technical, business, and financial skills that they need to assert themselves in a competitive marketplace. And even where skills training is available, it may not be tailored to the specific requirements of the individual enterprise and may not be easily accessed, and they may be unaffordable. Cultural and creative externalities can be important determinants of success for creative enterprises. Exposure to culture, the proximity to different types of creative expression that build on and feed off each other, that can create and enable creative collaboration, encourage a wider range of innovative activities. And here again, small size and the fragmentation of the industry makes it much more difficult to generate these externalities and benefit from their effects. So what could be done? Well, I think first and foremost, as a foundation for more specific interventions to address some of these weaknesses, it's necessary, first and foremost, to recognize explicitly that cultural and creative activities and industries have more than a cultural or social impact. They can be a critical part of the economy, an important source of employment, income, and value creation. And so governments, academia, private sector, partnerships can be formed to research and deepen the understanding of the economic and social potential of the creative sector and how it is being affected by technological advances and digitalization. This recognition will motivate the various support measures and interventions that need to be put in place, but they will need a solid evidence base. It should be a priority, therefore, to improve the information on the creative sector by generating comprehensive data, both as the evidence base for designing effective policy interventions and to facilitate eventual access to finance. Data platforms and tools to collect and analyze the necessary data could be built through a collaborative effort between the government and industry associations, and support should be provided to individual entities in the sector to help them report the required information. Governments should seek, at all levels, governments should seek to narrow some of the infrastructure gaps. Visual and performing arts, for example, they need suitable performance spaces. Nascent enterprises need adequate commercial premises, affordable access to utilities and transportation. The government, again, can collaborate with the associations and representatives of the creative industries to ensure that the right kind of infrastructure is made available at an affordable cost. Broadband access is essential for any modern business. It's particularly critical for the creative industries, given the growing importance of digital technologies in that sector. Creative enterprises would benefit from public support programs that help them to procure the computers and other devices necessary to take advantage of these technologies. The government, industry groups and associations, leading creative enterprises themselves, they should all collaborate in developing digital platforms that would be made available to all creative entities at an affordable cost. These platforms would be of particular help to the small creative enterprises in market development, effective advertising, improving their discoverability through links on search engines to their offerings, for export promotion, for digital marketing and distributions. As mentioned earlier, creative entrepreneurs need access to affordable public technical and vocational training in teachable creative skills like pottery, glazing, or sound engineering and digital photography, but also in the necessary enterprise skills, business, marketing and distribution, financial and digital skills. And the skills training must be tailored to the specific needs. The tailoring could be accomplished again through partnerships with the groupings and associations and leading businesses of the sectors, of the various subsectors in the creative economy. And this could enable a much more effective scaling up of this particular form of support. These types of collaboration between the public sector and industry associations and groups and leading creative enterprises can help to overcome some of the disadvantages of small size of the average creative entity and the fragmentation of the sector. Improved collaboration and communication between the government and the creative industry actors and among and between the creative entrepreneurs themselves, well, that will strengthen their ability to articulate and advocate for the help and the changes that they need. And it'll help to generate those creative externalities that are so beneficial. Making sure that that full range of support interventions and mechanisms are in place can generate externalities of support, if you will, complement those creative externalities. But this kind of coordinated, holistic approach to support is most likely to come about if an overall evidence-based strategy of support for this sector is in place. Equally important, because the creative industries are based on creative impulse and intellectual capital, they're particularly dependent on a full understanding and effective protection of intellectual property rights. The government, again, in collaboration with the industry and with other relevant actors, should support and guide creative industries in deepening their understanding of how the intellectual property rights regime functions. And they should strengthen the protection that's afforded to individual creative entrepreneurs. And finally, The government can and must play an important role in improving the prospects for adequate financing for the creative industries. Various forms of direct and indirect funding are possible, as mentioned earlier. Where appropriate partnerships exist, some of this direct funding could be provided through the umbrella organizations or associations of the creative sector, reducing the administrative burden on the government, improving targeting. Different forms of finance may be needed for funding the productive activities of the creative enterprises than for funding the commercialization of their eventual output. The government can also assist in arranging or directly funding risk mitigation mechanisms, for example, first loss guarantees. The amount of funding required for this might be actually quite manageable, given the relatively small size of the investments in question. Financial regulators could work with the financial industry to explore options for new financial instruments that are better tailored to the specific requirements of the sector, and consider how these should be treated from a prudential and regulatory perspective. And finally, the improvements in the data on the sector and the definition of its economic contribution, well, they should both improve the financial sector's understanding of the value-creating potential of the creative industries and help to overcome their reluctance to provide adequate funding on appropriate terms to support the creative sector's activity and future growth. This is indeed a broad agenda, but it is justified by the still unrealized potential of the creative economy. I can only hope that my remarks have helped to underscore how big the return on this investment will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ASG, for reminding us of the power, the value, the influence of the orange economy and creative industries, viable spaces for investment as we encourage economic diversification in small island developing states like Jamaica. He can still hear us, so please give him another round of applause. Thank you, ASG. And a perfect segue to the next panel, innovative financing to promote circular and creative economy. Who will we be hearing from now? First, Mr. Wayne Beecher, founder and CEO of Alt Catalyst, an impact entrepreneurship whose mission is to identify, inspire, and catalyze the next generation of human-centered innovators. Mr. Beecher brings to the table decades of entrepreneurial and senior management experience, which spans the public and private sector, and dare I say, an expertise which is often called upon by the UN development system. Mr. David Brown, Director of Policy and Research at Jamaica Creative, is an historian and cultural researcher. He also works in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. His fieldwork supported a submission to UNESCO, which facilitated the inscription of the Maroon heritage of Moortown to the representative list in 2008. Joining us also is Mr. Damian Campbell, Program Manager for Social Enterprise and Youth Engagement at the British Council. Over a decade of experience here in providing high-quality support to people who are socially excluded or who are experiencing problems through the implementation of various social development programs. Last but by no means least, Ms. Diane Edwards, President of JAMPRO, the National Investment and Export Promotion Agency. Under her leadership, JAMPRO has facilitated approximately US $1.75 billion in investments, US $1.29 billion in export sales, and created over 51,000 jobs. She has led JAMPRO's transformational development to serve as a catalyst for wealth creation. And with her continued guidance, JAMPRO has won a number of international awards. She herself has also been internationally recognized as a Business Development Executive of the Year and Woman of the Year in Sales for 2021. And this panel will be ably led and moderated by Dr. Peter John Gordon of the University of the West Indies, Graduate Director, Economics Department. Ladies and gentlemen, please make them welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to pick up on a few things that were said in the earlier sessions, starting with Jean and culminating in the presentation that was just concluded. Some very interesting topics were broached.
the issue of value and monetization. I mean, we've always valued West Indies cricket. Hopefully we still do. But there was a time when the players worked for companies and they were given time off to tour, so it wasn't an economic activity. So is it just enough that we value something, or must we be able to make a living from it? In Gene's presentation, he talked about a public-private partnership and rethinking the way things are done. It almost sounded to me as if we are touching on the role of a social planner versus the role of a private business. And the objectives are very different. And so should we be crafting incentive compatibility constraints which get businesses to behave as a social planner would? Because it's not going to happen because they had an hallelujah moment and there's a new realization that, we should do these things. And they'll tell you that they're responsible to their shareholders and they have to turn some kind of a return to them. And even if we could decide on what value is and we could measure it and in the creative industry, and I should first of all point out that the poster for this session really said innovative financing to promote circular and creative economy, but we are talking really just about the creative economy in this panel. So even if we could identify all the desirable areas that deserve financing, the question is how to operationalize it. Many financial institutions would much rather lend to buy a car than a student loan. Because if you renege on the car loan, they seize the car. But slavery has been abolished for a while, so student refuses to pay. It's a little bit more challenging. And no doubt the same kinds of issues arise when it comes to intangibles. What is it that you will be seizing? And so there is need for some kind of a innovation, some new way of looking at the problem. But recently, going back to West Indies cricket, in the not too distant past, I think the West Indies Cricket Board had come up with some idea that senior players should be paid less so that upcoming players could be paid something. And there was rebellion from the senior players. Is it selfishness, or is it a failure to recognize that they are where they are because an investment was made in them, in providing world-class venues in which they can hone their skills? So what kind of financing can we give to the creative sector so that when people, as the vernacular say, boss, they would be willing to provide some resources for others to come? Or is it that they are expecting that because they bring glory to the country, that they are owed, that is their way of the country paying them, and each generation there has to be a new pot of resources to sustain them? Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask each panelist, starting with Mr. Campbell on my far left. I don't know if that's politically, but on my left, to make a few opening remarks about how do you see the challenge that we face? What are the issues as you see them? Before we get into a kind of question and answer session. Mr. Campbell?
Sure, thank you so much. I'll just start by sharing an experience I had last week. I had the privilege of working with some of my colleagues from across the countries in the Americas. We're in Mexico. We had a social event and that afforded the group drinks. And my colleagues decided to taste the various products that were displayed at the bar. I was looking around and I saw a pitcher, an ice pitcher, with the brand Appleton on it. That sparked my interest to ask the bartender, even though I don't drink, do you have this brand liquor? He searched around and he found one bottle of Appleton Special. I told my colleagues that this is from Jamaica. This is a prime product that we boast about. And throughout that process, they took a shot, a taste of the liquor. And interestingly, that was the high point of their evening, not how it changed their thought process in any way, but just the fact of the taste, how unique it was. And what came across to me is how can we, as a Jamaica, across the cultural and creative industries, package whatever product or service we have so that people around the world can really taste the brand Jamaica. And from there, I started to think more about this event. And for me, I started to look at how do we grow this sector? And from my point of view, I've seen where it is not foreign for Jamaica to grow sectors that are poised for growth. So it must be that we look at what we've done well in the past. What are some of the good principles that we would have taken on in other sectors? How can we apply it to this current sector? If we look at the growth of and support for the agriculture sector in Jamaica in the past 5 to 10 years in terms of the investments and the accessibility to the sector, if we look at in more recent times, the work that has been done to grow social enterprises, we have a model that we can really utilize to grow even more the cultural and creative industries. So the challenges are not different. We're seeing issues around how this sector might be disaggregated or subsectors working by themselves. But it must be that we assess the value that we have, create that greater awareness at all levels. Because I've seen from experience that there's sometimes a lack of understanding at the critical places. Say, for instance, the point you made around the financial sector supporting the growth of the economies. They need to understand and value more, even as policymakers. What does this sector bring to the growth of Jamaica? What does it do for the general populace? And from there, we start to create the change. We start to implement the necessary policies that can grow any particular sector. So I think it requires more focus and direct intervention into growing the sector.
Mr. Brown?
Thanks for the opportunity. I recently, last week or the week before, the ministry was invited by UNESCO to send a group of artists to World Music Expo in Portugal. The ministry selected some young female musicians, they specifically wanted females, but also because of gender balance, we sent Abija, one of the performing artists. What became very clear in that whole experience, which allowed them to network with musicians worldwide, producers, promoters, you name it, and record labels, was that it was because the specific space was created through UNESCO and through WOMEX that allowed those artists that opportunity. By and large, the Jamaican entertainment sector, as a subset of the creative sector, the members of that sector aren't allowed these kind of opportunities readily. When we observed some of the challenges that they had, even through a sponsored thing, such as acquiring things like visas, the expense, and the process to access visas to foreign markets, particularly in Europe, when we looked at what it would cost them on their own to actually engage in a process like this, and the logistics associated with it, if they hadn't had the support of a multinational, say UNESCO, and the state through the Ministry of Culture, it wouldn't have been possible for them. So what was the lesson from that experience? The lesson from that experience is that our creatives do need a fair amount of assistance, and only when they get that kind of support can they thrive and develop and own their craft. If you think about what we call the small or the upcoming musicians, not comparable to like the Shaggies or the Shensi and or Warsaw, what is it that causes them to really thrive? They have done so purely because of their creative genius. If you think about it, the majority of Jamaican artists, musicians I'm talking about, Bob Marley or so, have thrived in spite of a government structure, outside of a formal structure. Suppose we were to provide that structure for them to become more engaged in, how much more exponentially would they develop? And for us, certainly from the Ministry of Culture, that is one of our biggest observations, that we need to provide this enabling environment within which they can thrive. And later on, we can get some more specifics about what the ministry is doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. Edwards?
Thank you, and thanks a lot to UN Jamaica for giving us this opportunity. I think this is a fascinating topic. For my sins, I used to work for Appleton, and I did brand building for Appleton for 10 years in London. So I know exactly what you're talking about. And Mexico used to be our #1 market. So it's an interesting story. But I think I would like to take this topic from another point of view. I think in Jamaica, we've constantly spoken about talent and not about business. We've spoken about talent in sport, we've spoken about talent in athletics, but talent is only the raw material to create a business. And what we've not done is create that enabling environment that David was talking about, and to look at the creative industries as a business. A business, with, like any other business, needs revenue streams, it needs an underpinning of the raw material, yes, but how do you transform that raw material into a revenue-generating business? And this is the side of it, the unsexy side of the creative industries that we've never taken seriously, and I think is a fundamental missing element. So if you look at across the region, there's immense talent, but that talent goes its own way. It's individualistic, it's not organized into a business. What I think we need to do is look at business models that are viable, because when we see a company like the Lab listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, that's the direction that we need to go. So how do you help creatives who quite often are right brain thinkers and don't even want to deal with their left brain? How do you help them to partner with people who can help them create the structures that then become a business? So how do we get people to look at artist management, publishing, IP, different areas of the creative industries that right now we don't take seriously? How do we de-risk the industry so that financiers start to understand that there is a huge business in creative industries? How do we create a Pixar in Jamaica that does animation for blockbusters? How do we create, through digitization, new business models that will help our creatives to thrive? And that's really what we're about at JAMPRO. How do we create the tax incentives and the support programs? So we've been talking to government a lot about how do we create those business structures, because that's the missing. We have no film fund, for instance. We can't support young directors, screenwriters, etc., in taking their product to market. So we created a Propeller program, that's the name of it, Propeller, with the Jamaica Film and Television Association to finance short films. And we've taken short films to market because our focus is export, because you're not going to grow and you're not going to thrive through selling to 3 million people. So you really have to take creative product to the international market. And so we've taken propeller films across the world to Cannes and various places like that with quite good success. We have one film called Flight, which won a series of awards through Cannes, in Atlanta, in Guadeloupe. So we have the product, but how do we sell that product? How do we market it? And how do we create the funds and that will underpin the development of this creative industry? If people thrive in Silicon Valley, it's because of venture capital, angel investing, and funding. And if you can't marry the funding with the creatives, if you can't get them to speak the same language and really develop the vehicles and the enterprises that will move them along, then I don't think we will ever realize the potential of creative industries. I'll stop there for a bit.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beecher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the delegates from the UN who invited me to be here. I realize I'm the only non-institutional representative here. But I used to be institutional, so as an ecosystem player and as an operator now in this space, I'm at the point where I'm getting a bit impatient to see something happen. I feel as if we're approaching the edge, the verge of something that could become exponential, but for some reason there's a catalyst that's required that's not yet in place to actually take us to the next level. As a financier, we like to look at the numbers. I don't know if Dan have the numbers for Jamaica, but at a global level, the cultural and creative industry is valued at some $2.5 trillion. And regionally in Latin America and the Caribbean, that's $124 billion. And in terms of cultural heritage, we could say Jamaica is most endowed, from sports to music and so on. So what has prevented us from actually taking a step towards carving out a greater piece of that pie that could, if once, as you say, unleashed, could have catalytic effect on an exponential growth potential, not just for the industry, but for the entire economy. And if you look from an economic perspective, if you look at overall macroeconomics, I think in terms of a competitive advantage or comparative advantage, our cultural and creative industry has the greatest potential to really take us further along the path of growth. And I think we're going to explore some of the challenges and opportunities there. But certainly what is required, and this is my central theme, is that there's a catalyst required to actually move the ecosystem to a state where it can experience rapid growth. And a couple of years ago, thanks to Denise, we did some work with the UNDP to explore some of the mechanisms that can unleash this kind of rapid growth at an ecosystem level. And we had defined a microcosm of an ecosystem that could be orchestrated to bring finance, entrepreneurship, and regulatory support to catalyze some of these growths. So I'd love to explore that in this conversation.
If we look at our elite athletes, is there a story somewhere in there? What was the model? I mean, we've traditionally done well at athletics, but something happened in Jamaica. The model used to be, you go to high school, you run at champs, the scouts from US schools come down, they pick you up and they take you to a US school, and you basically put on a Jamaican jersey when it's time for an international event. And that was your connection. Today, the majority of our elite athletes live and train in Jamaica. So it's not just the talent. There is an ecosystem that supports that talent. It's not just an actor acting in film. There are people behind the cameras. There are skills there in music It's not just the artistry of the singer and the band. There is a whole industry employing a whole lot of people. But let me go back to our elite athletes. And it's easy to measure when we're talking about them. What is easy to measure? That they are world class. They are world class. They're running 100 meters like anybody else. And the question is, who gets to the tape first? So there's no accommodation for small developing whatever. Now, on other cultural fronts, it might be a little different, but again, reggae music has conquered the world. So again, it has shown itself to be world class. So in developing this industry, I think what the elite athletes have shown us is that standards are important, world standards are important, and they are all oriented to the export market. They were never, ever going to make a decent living just running at local trap meets. I mean, they run at local trap meets every so often, but their bread and butter really is on the international scene.
Now, for perspective,
yeah.
Building on Diane's contribution earlier, I was fortunate enough to actually do a study on our sports industry when I was at the IDB. And I must say the catalyst for it was around University of Technology and MVP that actually sat down and crafted a business model. We're always fast, but they crafted a business model that brought in expertise and brought in the coaches and brought in the agents and the managers. And very humble beginning, but 3 years from the start of the business model, we had breakthroughs at the Beijing Games and so on and so forth. So, I mean, the catalyst is easy to identify that once you start to orchestrate an entire microcosm of an ecosystem in a business model, you can see results because talent alone is just not enough.
No, it's just, and I can pick up on that because if you look at the hip-hop moguls of this world, how have they created super wealth? They've created a brand through singing. Okay, Rihanna was originally a singer, but Jay-Z took her, molded her, made her into a brand because brands are what really generate wealth. And once she had that brand, then she created Fenty Cosmetics, and she's a billionaire. And that's really where we have to go. So the trick we're missing with our athletes is we're not really extending the brand into merchandising, into different types of revenue generation. And that's where I think we need to go with our creative products as well. Where is the video game of Usain Bolt and Shelly Ann? Where is the metaverse location with, Sherika Jackson or whoever? I mean, I'm just throwing names out.
Yeah.
But the point is there. We need to be creating the products that the world actually wants.
Absolutely.
The question was raised earlier, or a statement around the role of the government. But I think we probably are jumping a little bit ahead of ourselves. First thing we have to do is identify what is needed. And then ask who is best positioned to give that support. In some instances, it may be the government. But in other instances, can we plug what is going on in the creative industry into the rest of the economy? So the financial services, so that when the creative industry is making a lot of money, it's driving some other businesses which you don't necessarily associate with the creative industry. And I think it was you who pointed out that many of the creative types really don't want to be concerned with mundane bookkeeping, but that mundane bookkeeping is required to excite the owners of capital.
Which is why you need those partnerships
Right.
I was talking about, because I think the partnership between those business people who speak the language of finance. Most creatives cannot talk to a banker because they're just speaking two different languages and the two will never meet. So you have to help them, but they have to be trainable, coachable, willing to listen as well. But you have got to bring in somebody who understands finance, because if you want to scale business, you have to have financial backing.
Now, I want to ask over here, what do you think is the potential for the creative economy to support Jamaica's future economic transformation, diversification, resilience building? Is the creative industry, do you see it as something beyond, maybe a little shaggy here, a little this there, passa passa? I mean, can it be a serious driver of economic activity?
From my perspective, in answering your question, let's look at the most common basic aspect of our society in terms of what drives the base of our society. And I'm sure in your answer you'll find the creative industries. In any international conversation, you'll find persons expressing the fact that as Caribbean people, as Jamaicans, we're quite entrepreneurial, we're quite innovative, we are resilient. Those are the words that describe, what we do, whether it be through the arts and culture, whatever it is. And have we really, as individuals, look and assess what that really means to us? What does that mean to the growth of Jamaica? And I think if we answer that question clearly, we'll see that it is quite significant to whatever aspect of society we try to grow. If we move to the finance sector, it requires innovation. It requires creativity in this current landscape that we're operating in.
So I think you've just hit on something, that we shouldn't restrict our notion of the creative industry to just sports or music, that it is much broader.
Yeah.
It could be, software development, all of right.
Nice category.
And each would have different challenges,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But the fundamental is that somehow that innate skill has to be married with capital. And the question that we're going to have to leave here with this evening, because I think we're about out of time, is we start to focus on how can we build these bridges which allow the industry to move to, the industries, I should say, to move to a much higher level, and a level where the world is the market and not just Jamaica.
You made a point around, or position on what the government should be doing in the process. What I've seen is that the government's role is more coordination. Why? I think it facilitates a lot of trust from the relevant players of, why we're doing this. It is actually going somewhere. It is more sustainable when it's led on by the government. So that's something that I think is significant for us to understand. And I think the government coordinating the space allows for the different translation of finance to a creative and vice versa, to get everybody in one mindset around the direction that we're going. And I think that's critical. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have to wrap it up here. But just in summarizing, I think the financiers or people with capital have to, there needs to be a realization that there are monetary opportunities in the creative industry, and people in creative industry who need this capital have to realize that there needs to be this bridge. So going forward, we have to try and figure out how to marry these reluctant partners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Good evening. Have to realize that so going forward we have to try and figure out how to marry these reluctant partners. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience.
Food for thought. Please give them another round of applause, please. Colleagues, thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Till now, we are at the end of what I hope was a personally and professionally impactful experience. We hope you have been capacitated to go an extra mile further in doing our part to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Please give yourselves a round of applause as we invite Dr. Keneal to do the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Very, very briefly, thank you. So I have to thank, of course, UE for hosting us. Special thanks, of course, to our distinguished speakers. Jean, really, it was an inspiring, really inspiring. Of course, we'll also reach out to our friend Elliot. Thank you so much to Jerry also for helping out the panelists. You were incredible. Friends, this is the beginning of a discussion. We've heard from the best in the world and the best in Jamaica. We understand that we can actually make progress on these goals, and we're hoping to be able to build on the discussions we've had today. I do want to take one more minute to introduce the real force behind all of this. I want to bring my team over here. First, your MC, which has been great. Jermaine, thank you so much for an incredible job. These guys have worked tirelessly to make sure that we had an event we're all proud of. I'm seeing Shelly over there. Thank you so very much for your dedication to this. And of course, Max, could you please stand up? Incredible people. And I don't see Morgan. There you are. And our team leader and strategist, Morgan, thank you so much. You put so much effort into this. And I don't see Deborah. We're a very small team, but I have to tell you, I've been doing this for 20 years, and this is really the best team a resident coordinator can ever hope for. Thank you so much, guys, for all your effort. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Goodbye. And I don't see Morgan. There you are. And our team leader and strategist, Morgan, thank you so much. You put so much effort into this. And I don't see Deborah. We're a very small team, but I have to tell you, I've been doing this for 20 years, and this is really the best team